In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to today's market segment here on Aneke TV. History is being written in real time. The Nigerian exchange has shattered records, sustained a defiant 10-day bullish charge as the Asia index sails past the 200,000 point milestone. Simultaneously, the Naira is finding its feet, narrowing the gap between markets to a yearly low. From sudden retreat of Brent crude to a record-breaking rally on Wall Street, the global landscape is shifting beneath our feet. The markets are moving fast. We are here to ensure you move faster. The Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Quickly, starting from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, let's take a look at the Nigerian equities performance, which sustained its most impressive momentum yesterday, being Wednesday, April 15, 2026, marking a 10th consecutive day of bullish gains. The market continues to hover at record highs, driven by significant interest in heavyweight telecommunications and energy stocks. Yes, the benchmark Asia index totally appreciated by 1.70%, closing at 209,317.41 points, up from the previous close of 205,831.38 points. This surge pushed the year-to-date return to a remarkable 33.71%. Now, the market sentiment is strongly bullish, and is supported by the FTS Russell's recent restoration of Nigeria's frontier market status, which has significantly boosted foreign and institutional investors' confidence. And trading volume remained robust with over 706 million shares exchanged. And then let's quickly run and take a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday, which the chart is dominated by high value stocks with Airtel Africa and Arade Holdings hitting the maximum daily price limit. And then we see the gainers here. Airtel yesterday closed trading at a positive adjustment, yes, a positive bullish adjustment of 10% to close its book at 2,746 naira 70 kobo. And Aradel equally followed suit, making a bullish move yesterday to close its book at 1,406 naira 90 kobo, making a positive 10% adjustment. Yes, ETI, that's a co-bank, yesterday closed at 55 naira 65 kobo, making equally a bullish adjustment of a positive 9.98%. Yes, Transfer Express yesterday equally closed in the bullish, a 9.98% 89% positive adjustment, closing at 5 naira. Then FTG Insure closed at 1 naira 23 kobo, making equally a very positive adjustment of 9.82%. And then quickly moving over to the losers chart, we'll tell you that despite the broad market rally, some stocks faced sell-offs as investors engaged in profit taking or reacted to specific sector pressures as well. And we are seeing Austin last year leading this pack of losers, closing at 3 naira 60 kobo, making a dip of 9.77% adjustment. John Holt closed at 13 naira, equally in the dip of a 9.72% negative adjustment. CWG, it was equally bearish as he made a negative adjustment of 7.22 to close its book at 21 naira 20 kobo. Corn oil from the energy stock equally closed bearish, making a negative adjustment of 6.80% to close at 190 naira 50 kobo. Omatech was equally bearish as it closed its book at 2 naira 7 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 5.48%. Let's quickly take a look at some sectorial performance, starting with the oil and gas sector, which was the undisputed engine of the market yesterday, significantly outperforming other indices. Yes, the energy index surged, following a 4.35 jump in the previous section as investors, appetite for local energy giants remained insatiable. Another factor here was the Aragdale factor. Yes, Aragdale Holdings was a star performer, hitting the maximum 10% daily gain to close at 1,406 naira 90 kobo. It continues its dominant to dominate the market liquidity and sentiment, following its transition to the main board. And then Seplant Energy remained stable with positive bias, providing the fundamental floor for the sector. Corn oil, interestingly, bucked the trend, shedding 6.80%, closing at 119 naira 50 kobo, as investors locked in profit after a recent rally. The investors are of the opinion that this sector is benefiting from the subsidization narrative and increased domestic refining capacity, which has made the integrated energy stocks the preferred hedge against inflation. And then looking at the banking sector is one of resilience amidst volatility. The banking sector saw mixed action yesterday, while some tier 1 banks faced selling pressure. Mid-tier and holding companies saw specific interest. Now, the banking index showed high intraday volatility after a near 2% rally on Tuesday, and it saw a slightly enough dipping approximately by 0.22% as institutional investors balanced their portfolios. Now, the top performers in this sector, Stanbic IBTC led the gainers in this space, jumping 8.23% to close at 162 naira, buoyed by strong full-year earnings expectation. And then looking at Fidelity, it gained 3.91% to close at 19 naira 95 kobo, and they are followed by EcoBank, which maintained momentum with a 0.76 gain to settle at 46 naira. And then we're looking at UBA. Yes, UBA, yes, they faced notable pressure, from profit taking, declining 3.33% to close at 45 naira 5 kobo. And then Access Holding remained largely flat with a marginal 0.19% movement. The sector is currently in a waiting game as the market anticipates the final compliance report from the March 31st recapitalization deadline. Yes, the Asia Index ASI staying firmly above the 200,000 point mark signals a new normal for the Nigerian capital markets, reflecting the impact of ongoing economic reforms. And then looking at energy and tech dominance, Arade Holdings, we told you, continue to be a major driver of market value following its historic listing and strong performance in the energy sector. With the market on a 10-day winning streak, analysts are watching for a potential technical correction as traders may look to lock in profits in the coming section. Now, let's quickly tag along and take a look at the Naira performance for yesterday. And we can tell you that the Naira showed a remarkable resilience, during yesterday's session, gaining ground against the US dollar and the British pound as the market reacted to improved liquidity and positive sentiment from the equity sector. Now, looking at the performance, the naira closed the day at approximately 1,344 naira 20 kobo against the US dollar at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market. Yeah, a significant appreciation from earlier April averages to that hovered around 1,360 naira. And then we'll quickly move on. We'll look at yes, the naira closed at 1,344 naira 20 kobo against the US dollar, making appreciable positive 0.53%. Yes, and against the British pound, it closed at 1,678 naira 50 kobo, equally making appreciable adjustment of 0.44%. And looking at naira against euro, it was able to hold its ground at 1,424 naira 15 kobo, equally appreciated by 0.33%. Whereas in the parallel market, the naira mirrored the stability seen in the official window yesterday, and while the official rates appreciated slightly, the parallel market remained largely flat, reflecting a wait-and-see approach by currency traders. And when at the parallel market, the naira yesterday being flat closed between 1,365 naira and 1,375 naira, remaining neutral or flat. And against the British pound, the naira was able to close between 1,720 naira and 1,740 naira, signaling a stable feat. And against the euro, in the parallel market, naira was able to close between 1,450 naira and 1,465 naira, just a slight position here. The gap between the official rate and the parallel rate has narrowed roughly to 26 naira, and this is a positive signal for the market, as a smaller premium reduces the incentive for round tripping and speculative hoarding. And then looking at another factor here, liquidity squeeze. Traders reported moderate activity yesterday, while demand for traveler allowance dollars remains steady. The aggressive speculative demand seen in early 2026 has cooled off significantly. Now let's quickly take a look at the market drivers for yesterday, and one of such is equities synergy. We told you about the 10-day bullish run in the stock market. Yes, the ASI hitting 209,317.41 points, has drawn institutional capital back into the country, easing the immediate pressure on the dollar. And then we're looking at another factor here, the liquidity inflow, due to trading volume at the official window, which saw a healthy uptick yesterday, signaling the central bank's recent intervention, and the frontier market status upgraded, beginning to attract more consistent foreign exchange supply. Then another factor that spurred the market on yesterday was the reduced speculation. As we passed through the mid-month mark, the initial demand surge from quarter two inventory has begun to stabilize. And then looking at market projection for today, the outlook for today remains cautiously bullish for the naira, with the following factors. Talk about you watching the range trading, where analysts expect the naira to trade within a tight band of 1,340 to 1,355 naira against the dollar. And then recapitalization tailwind, with the March 31st banking deadline now in the rear view mirror, we are seeing a settlement liquidity entering the market as banks finalize their capital position, which should support the naira as well. And then another factor to watch out for today is the oil price volatility. We're telling you to keep an eye on global Brent crude prices. Any escalation in regional geopolitical tension could increase Nigeria export revenue, providing further support for the external reserves. Why the stock markets grab the headlines with record highs, the risk story today is the naira's quiet strength, as the naira inches closer to 1,340 support level. The big question for investors is, have we finally found the floor for 2026? These are the big questions to answer. And then moving on to the Brent crude performance for yesterday, we'll tell you that the Brent crude experienced one of its most volatile section of the year. The market witnessed a significant risk repricing as diplomatic headlines directly counter the supply fears that have kept prices near the $100 mark. and it posted a sharp decline, falling roughly 4.6% to close at $94.79 per barrel. The catalyst here is that the sell-off was triggered by reports that the US and Iran are preparing for a second round of peace negotiation in Pakistan, and this raised hopes for a de-escalation of the ongoing crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. And then looking at volatility, during the intraday movement, which was extreme, Brent almost touched the $100 psychological barrier early in the session. Years before the diplomatic news dragged prices down to as low as $92 in some markets before late technical rebound. Then another factor here is the IEA impact, where the International Energy Agency also weighed in, noting that while supply remains disrupted, high prices are beginning to suppress global demand, further cooling the rally. And our projection for today is that the market is entering today's session on a hair trigger, with Brent expected to hover in the $95 to $96 range, and then another factor that will determine the market here is the bearish pressure. Technically Brent is currently following a downward corrective wave. If news of the peace talks continue to gain traction, we could see a test of the $90 support level. And then the bullish floor is another factor to watch. Despite the dip, the underlying fiscal supply remains tight. Any signal that the ceasefire is fragile or that the naval blockade remain rigid will quickly drive prices back towards $98 per barrel. And then for Nigeria, the key factor here is that the focus remains on whether the price correction is sustainable. While lower prices ease global inflation, they put pressure on Nigeria's fiscal revenue expectations, which we are optimized for a $100 plus environment. Let's quickly run to the commodities market. Yes, the Nigerian commodities market saw a mixed action yesterday, yes, as the focus shifted from grains towards high volume export crops. The cocoa and ginger, which are currently benefiting from the Naira's relative stability, is a factor here, where the AFES commodities index ACI remained resilient, supported by steady demand in the food balance sheet, while the export index faced some pressure due to global price correction. Let's take a look at grain performance. Prices for staples remained elevated but stable. Maize and paddy rice saw marginal gains of a 0.1% to 0.3% as off-takers and industrial processors, maintained steady buy-side pressure. Now, the cocoa correction, following a massive rally earlier in the week, U.S. cocoa futures, which, influenced local farm gate prices, dropped by 2.28% yesterday to settle at $3,560. And this had a cooling effect on the aggressive bidding scene in southwest region. And then looking at ginger and sesame, we can say that it remained the silent winners of the session, with ginger price holding firm at 38,000 naira per unit in some region hubs. Yes, in some regional hubs, supported by strong international demand and low domestic inventory. And let's quickly give you a market projection for today. We're telling you to expect a sideways trend for today's session, with a slight bearish bias in the export segment. Now, another factor to watch here is export pressure. And due to the decline in global cocoa prices yesterday, expect local buyers to offer slightly lower farm gate prices today as they hedge against further international volatility. And then staples outlook is one that grains like shogun and maize are projected to remain sticky, resistant to price drops because of the current high logistics and transport costs across the country. With the Naira strengthening, imported commodities like some fertilizers and processed chemicals may see a slight easing in price, which is a key development for farmers preparing for the next planting cycle. And then let's quickly run to the international market, where I will tell you that global markets rallied yesterday, Wednesday, April 15th, as diplomatic progress in the US-Iran conflict sparked a risk-on mood, sending the S&P 500 to a new all-time high. And in the US markets, new records, S&P 500 rose by 0.8% to record 7,022.95, marking a 10% recovery since March lows. And then Nasdaq surged 1.6% to 24,016.02%, driven by a massive tech rally and cooling inflation data. The Jones dipped slightly by 0.1% as investors rotated out of defensive value stocks and into high growth techs. And then moving on to the European markets, delivered a mixed and cautious performance. Germany DAX 40 managed a marginal gain of a positive 0.09%, closing at 24,066.70 points. It remains steady as industrial and bank stocks offset broader market jitters. And France CAC 40 underperformed, in the region, falling a negative 0.61% to close at 8,294.20 points. The index was dragged down by illusory bloodbath with, Hermes plunging 13% and Crane, that's Gucci, falling near 9% after reporting significantly, impacted sales. And then moving on to the UK, where FTSE 100 declined by a negative 0.5% to close at 10,559.58 points. The drop was fueled by, a retreat in energy giants like Shell and BP as Brent crude prices slipped below $95 mark. And then the Eurostoxx 50, the pan-European blue chip index, fell by a negative 0.2%, reflecting the tug of war between strong tech forecasts and the struggling illusory and energy sectors. And moving to the Asian market, they witnessed a broad-based rally. Nikkei Japan gained a 1.2%, nearing record February levels, and Hang Seng, and China rose by 1.2% and 0.5% respectively. And the region reacted sharply to lower oil prices, speaking to Brent, dipping below $95, and the news that US-Iran ceasefire talks might move to Pakistan. And then let's quickly, for want of time, just sum our advice to Nigerian investors today. And we are telling you that you have to position for the mid-year dividend season, which is expected to be exceptionally strong following a record 2025 earning. This should be the 4 points of your positioning today. Yes, today you should, position looking at the mid-year dividend season, which is expected to be exceptionally strong, following the record we've seen of 2025 earnings, and given the uncertainties in the energy sector, arising from the diplomatic conversation between Iran and the US, one needs to just hedge towards these dividend seasons to be able to navigate whichever way the market goes. And that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the business desk here on Aneke TV. And we are telling you that you should, as you invest, you should stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Che Osai, telling you to invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, We bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. Kebbi State Governor calls for national prayer to address security challenges. On the foreign scene, United Nations Development Program proposes $6 billion intervention to mitigate war-induced inflation. On business, airline operators of Nigeria fix April 20th deadline for possible shutdown of domestic flight operations. Now the news in details. Governor Nasser Idris of Kebbi State has called on Nigerians to intensify prayers as part of efforts to address the country's security challenges. He made the appeal at an interfaith seminar held in Kebbi, emphasizing that while military and intelligence operations remain critical, spiritual support is equally necessary to restore peace and stability nationwide. The governor urged religious leaders and citizens to set aside denominational differences and unite in seeking divine intervention. He noted that the scale of insecurity confronting the nation requires both physical and moral responses, stressing the importance of national unity in confronting threats to the country's sovereignty. Nigeria's military has buried several personnel killed in recent insurgent attacks in Borno State. The burial ceremony held at the Maimalari Cantonment Cemetery in Maiduguri honored Brigadier General Hussein Ibrahima, Captain Ishmael, and other fallen soldiers who died during coordinated attacks in Benishek on April 9th. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum, alongside the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, attended the ceremony and paid tribute to the deceased, describing them as patriots who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of the nation's territorial integrity. Meanwhile, troops of the armed forces reportedly repelled a fresh insurgent attack in Askira Uba, although casualties were recorded during the encounter. Security operations are ongoing as part of the state as efforts to continue to contain terrorist activities and secure vulnerable communities. The National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) has appointed Mrs. Maidaria Pat Maui as the new state coordinator for Ebonyi State. She takes over from Mrs. Oladeinde Folunke, who has been redeployed in line with the scheme's administrative procedures. Until her appointment, Mrs. Maui served as desk officer on gender issues in the Reforms Coordination and Self-Improvement Department at the NYSC National Directorate Headquarters in Abuja. In a statement, the head of Information and Public Relations Unit, NYSC Ebonyi State, Mr. Anselm Udogu, described the new coordinator as a seasoned public servant with expertise in human resource management and institutional reforms. Mrs. Maui is expected to oversee the implementation of NYSC programs in the state, including core members' welfare, orientation activities, and community development initiatives in line with the scheme's mandate. Former Anambra State Governor Mr. Peterobi has held consultations with diplomats from the United Kingdom, Germany, Canada, and France in Abuja. The meeting forms part of ongoing engagements with the international stakeholders on Nigeria's political and economic outlook. The discussions, which involved senior diplomatic representatives, including the British High Commissioner, focused on governance, democratic processes, and prospects for national development. Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, and his son, Abdulaziz Malami, have pleaded not guilty to a 5-count charge before a federal high court in Abuja. The charges relate to alleged unlawful possession of firearms and related offenses. The prosecution, led by Akinlolu Kehinde, informed the court that the defendants were found in possession of a firearm and ammunition at their residence in Birnin Kebbi. The charges were amended, prompting a fresh plea by the defendants. Presiding Judge, Justice Joyce Abdomalik, granted the defendants continuation of their existing bail conditions, noting that the prosecution did not oppose the application. The court adjourned the case to May 26th and June 16th, 2026 for commencement of trial. The matter is expected to test legal arguments surrounding compliance with provisions of the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act.
Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno has directed contractors handling government projects to adhere strictly to timelines and quality standards. The directive followed an inspection tour of key infrastructure projects across the state. The governor inspected multiple sites, including housing development, agricultural facilities, and transport infrastructure. Governor Eno emphasized that non-performing contractors would face sanctions, stressing that timely delivery of infrastructure remains central to his administration's development agenda. The Legislative Council of Ezinihite Mbise local government area of Imo State has suspended its vice chairman, Mr. Matthew Ibokwe, following his arrest over alleged involvement in a car theft syndicate. The action includes an indefinite suspension and issuance of a 7-day impeachment notice. Mr. Ibokwe was arrested by operatives of the Lagos State Police Command in connection with a network accused of stealing and dismantling vehicles. Authorities say investigations are ongoing to determine the extent of his involvement. Council members cited additional concerns, including alleged absenteeism and unauthorized travel, as part of the grounds for disciplinary action. The motion for suspension was unanimously adopted to preserve the integrity of the local government. Meanwhile, civil society organizations have called for a thorough investigation into the matter. The council maintains that due process will be followed as proceedings continue in line with existing laws. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Governor Nasser Idris has called for national prayer as part of efforts to address the country's security challenges. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, the United Nations Development Program has proposed a $6 billion intervention to mitigate the impact of war-driven inflation on vulnerable populations. On business, the airline operators of Nigeria has fixed April 20th as deadline for a possible shutdown of domestic flight operations over rising aviation fuel costs. We'll be right back shortly.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has flagged off the construction of a 14.5-kilometer high-capacity water transmission pipeline from Nsude to the terminal reservoir at Milekin Hill. The project is designed to significantly improve potable water supply across Enugu metropolis. The French ambassador to Nigeria, Marc von Boster, participated in the ceremony underscoring bilateral cooperation between Nigeria and France. The project is supported by the French Development Agency under the 3rd National Urban Water Sector Reform Program. Represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onia, the governor stated that the initiative is part of efforts to ensure reliable and sustainable water distribution. He noted that increased water production capacity must be matched with efficient distribution infrastructure. The Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council has endorsed Governor Petermbah for a second term ahead of the 2027 governorship election. The endorsement was announced during an interface between the state government and traditional rulers at the House of Chiefs. Chairman of the council, Igwe Samuel Ikechukwu Asado, said that the decision was based on governor's performance and commitment to development. He noted that the monarchs remain united in their support for the administration. Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters, Dr. COC Egumbe, said the government has strengthened collaboration with traditional institutions and improved their welfare. He added that the endorsement was voluntary and reflects confidence in ongoing policies. Responding on behalf of the governor, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onia, described the development as a demonstration of public trust. He reaffirmed the administration's commitment to delivering on its mandate across key sectors. The administration of United States President Donald Trump is pursuing a combined diplomatic and economic strategy in response to tensions involving Iran. Officials say negotiations remain ongoing alongside plans to impose additional sanctions targeting countries trading Iranian crude. United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated that secondary sanctions may be introduced to increase pressure. The measures are aimed at limiting Iran's oil exports. Amid broader geopolitical concerns, diplomatic efforts are being supported by regional actors, including Pakistan's Army Chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, who is engaging in mediation efforts. Discussions are focused on nuclear compliance and regional security issues. The United Nations Development Programme (UNDP) has called for urgent financial intervention to mitigate rising global poverty risks. The administrator, Mr. Alexander De Croo, made the appeal during meetings of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank. He proposed targeted investments in social protection, including cash transfers and energy subsidies, to support vulnerable populations. The intervention is aimed at cushioning the economic impact of rising energy costs and supply chain disruptions. According to the UNDP, digital financial systems, particularly mobile money platforms, can facilitate efficient distribution of aid. This is considered critical for developing regions, including sub-Saharan Africa, facing economic pressures. Global financial stakeholders are expected to review the proposal, balancing concerns over inflation with the need to prevent further humanitarian challenges. The UNDP emphasized the urgency of timely action. Security personnel have been killed in renewed attacks targeting polio vaccination teams in Pakistan. The incidents occurred in Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa provinces during the ongoing immunization campaign. Authorities confirmed that gunmen attacked security escorts assigned to protect health workers. The attacks highlight persistent threats faced by frontline personnel in efforts to eradicate polio. Militant groups, including the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, have been linked to such incidents. These groups often oppose vaccination campaigns through misinformation and violence. Despite the attacks, Pakistani authorities have reaffirmed commitment to continuing the immunization exercise. The country remains one of the few where polio is still endemic. Hungary is set for a political transition following the emergence of petermbah as Prime Minister-designate. His nomination followed consultations with President Tamas Suyok in Budapest. Magyar's Tisza party secured the highest votes in recent elections, positioning it to form the next government. This transition process is expected to proceed through parliamentary procedures. The incoming administration has indicated readiness to assume office in the coming weeks. Key priorities are expected to include governance reforms and economic policy adjustments. Political observers say the development marks a significant shift in Hungary's political landscape. The new leadership is expected to align its agenda upon inauguration. The Nigerian Senate has directed the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to account for 210 trillion naira flagged in audit reports covering 2017 to 2023. The directive was issued by the Senate Public Accounts Committee. Chair of the committee, Senator Aliyu Wadada, said the company's previous explanations were inadequate. He called for detailed breakdowns of the financial records, including liabilities and joint venture expenditures. The committee has summoned the Group Chief Executive Officer, Engineer Bayo Ojulari, alongside former executives, including Mele Kyari, to appear before it. Lawmakers emphasized the need for accountability and transparency, warning that failure to comply may attract legislative sanctions. The hearing is scheduled to continue before the end of April. The airline operators of Nigeria has warned of a possible shutdown of domestic flight operations over rising aviation fuel costs. The association says the price of jet A1 has increased significantly in recent weeks. Operators noted that the increase has made it difficult to sustain operations, with revenues unable to cover fuel and maintenance costs. Some airlines have reportedly scaled down or suspended services. The association has called on the federal government to intervene and investigate pricing mechanisms within the sector. It's one that continued escalation could disrupt national connectivity. Industry stakeholders say urgent action is required to stabilize the aviation sector. The development poses risks to economic activities and passenger mobility across the country. The Nigerian Navy has announced activities to mark its 70th anniversary, including an initiative to allow selected civilians experience life aboard naval vessels. The program will be conducted through a controlled selection process. Director of Information, Commodore Adedotun Ayovan, said interested Nigerians can register online within a specific period. Successful applicants will be selected through a transparent process. Participants are required to meet eligibility criteria, including age and security clearance. The Navy stated that safety protocols will determine the number of participants. The initiative is part of efforts to promote public engagement and awareness of naval operations. Authorities assured that personal data collected will be protected. Now in sports, Delta State Governor Sheriff Oboruvwe has expressed dissatisfaction over delays in the reconstruction of the Warri City Stadium. The project has exceeded its initial completion timeline. During inspection, the governor commended aspects of the work but raised concerns over pace and quality. He directed contractors to adhere strictly to agreed specifications. The governor emphasized that public funds must translate into durable infrastructure. He warned that substandard work would not be accepted. Sports authorities have indicated that the facility could host national matches upon completion. The project remains under close government supervision. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has returned to training with Turkish club Galatasaray following recovery from injury. His return is expected to strengthen the team's performance. The forward had been sidelined due to a forearm injury, missing several matches. His absence affected the club's recent results in domestic competitions. Coaching staffs are assessing his fitness ahead of upcoming fixtures. His inclusion in the matchday squad is subject to medical clearance. Osimhen's return is seen as a boost for the team's title ambitions. Fans and analysts expect improved attacking options as the season progresses. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Ruth Kadiri has sparked public debate following comments on the relationship between spirituality and technology. The remarks were made in a video shared on social media. Another actress, Angela Okorie, publicly disagreed with the comments, expressing her views on the matter. The exchange has generated widespread reactions online. The discussion reflects broader conversations on the role of technology in society and its interaction with religious beliefs. Commentators have highlighted the need for responsible public discourse. Industry observers note that such exchanges are common within the entertainment sector. The debate continues to attract attention across social media platforms. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. Governor of Kebbi State, Nazar Idris, has called on Nigerians to embrace national prayer as part of efforts to tackle the country's prevailing security challenge. The governor made the appeal at an interfaith gathering in Birnin Kebbi, stressing the need for unity among religious leaders and citizens, alongside ongoing military and intelligence operations to restore lasting peace and stability across the country. On the foreign scene, the administrator of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Mr. Alexander De Croo, has proposed a $6 billion global intervention fund aimed at cushioning the effects of war-induced inflation. He made the call at the ongoing International Monetary Fund and World Bank meetings, noting that targeted investments in social protection, including cash transfers and energy subsidies, are critical to preventing millions of vulnerable people from slipping into extreme poverty. On business, the Airline Operators of Nigeria has issued a notice of a possible shutdown of domestic flight operations effective April 20th, 2026 over the sharp increase in the price of aviation fuel. The association warned that the rising cost of Jet A1, which has significantly impacted operational sustainability, could disrupt air travel nationwide if urgent intervention is not undertaken by relevant authorities. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your morning.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, good morning 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose and love. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Thursday, 16th of April, 2026. So it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise, a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, hot topics, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot and tasty.
We also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the sports news wraps and, of course, the business update to keep you informed and leave you smiling.
All right, we go over to the quote of the day, our inspiration segment for today's edition of Sunrise, which says, "Action without thought is empty. Thought without action is blind. Action without thought is empty. Thought without action is blind." This is a quote from Kwame Nkrumah. And the words of Kwame Nkrumah here captures a simple but powerful truth about how human effort works. Action and thought are not meant to exist separately, but to strengthen what? Each other. Action without thought is empty because it lacks direction, purpose, and wisdom. When people act without thinking, a lot of people would act without thinking, but when they do so, they may be busy, even energetic, but their efforts often lead nowhere meaningful, or worse, it creates problems they could have avoided. Now, it is like setting out a journey without knowing the destination. You move, but you do not progress. On the other hand, thought without action is blind because ideas, no matter how brilliant, remain useless if they are never put in practice. A person may plan, analyze, and dream endlessly, but without taking steps, those thoughts cannot produce results or change reality. The lesson here is about balance and discipline. Think deeply before you act, but do not allow thinking to become an excuse for inaction. True growth and success come when reflection shapes action, and action in turn refines thought through experience. A thoughtful mind gives clarity to your steps, and decisive action gives to your ideas. When both are combined, intentions become and visions becomes reality. Yes.
All right. The great African nationalist Kwame Nkrumah, through this quote, is letting us know and simply telling us, spurring us into taking action. Remember that the pre- and pro-colonial days, when Africans had to fight for us to regain our sovereignty, that Kwame Nkrumah was one of those leading lights. Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana. And this morning on Sunrise, he's telling us that action without thought is empty. That thought without action is blind. And that's typical Kwame Nkrumah. And simply, what is it letting us know? He's making us realize that in this period where we are gearing up towards our civic responsibility, that we need not go into that process without thinking through our action. And we need not take action without thinking it through. So the two marries itself. What are we going to do? How are we going to be involved in this period where the civic duty beckons each and every one of us, the citizens of this nation? Should we just go blindly as always? go participate, vote without thinking. No. Kwame Nkrumah this morning is telling us that we need to carefully think about these actions. What are we going to do in this next election? First, our action is to get our PVC. When we have it handy, the next is to think through how we are going through this process. How would we elect our leaders? Or we, after taking actions without thinking it through, begin to lay the blame on the doorsteps of leaders who we elected without thinking through who these individuals are? Are we going into this action, taking this action by thinking through, trying to make change, exercising our civic responsibilities? In all that, be reminded this morning that either give or take, all our actions in this era, as they build up to the next general election, we need to think through what we are going to do. There has no need to go into this process without planning, without thinking through what we are going to do. So be ready for us to elect our next leaders, having sat down to engage, thinking through our action. And when we do engage, our action should not be one of blindness. No. We'll go into this process carefully, having thought through the process. Then we elect leaders who would lead us into that Eldorado, that next promised land. Leaders who will deliver to us the needed dividends of democracy. Leaders who will not leave us with hospitals with empty shelves. Leaders who will not be troubled when our medical practitioners japa. Not leaders who will not be empathic when our roads are left as gullies. Our actions today necessitate the results we will see tomorrow. That's why the great African Kwame Nkrumah is telling us that action without thought is empty. Thought without action is blind. We wouldn't go into this process blind. And that's where we're charged this morning.
We go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather update. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Stay with us, and you're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. The day starts warm and slightly humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, so you may feel a bit sweaty earlier on. As the sun comes out stronger, it rises to about 31 degrees to 33 degrees in the afternoon, making things feel hot and a bit uncomfortable in Oka. Later, clouds gather and rain is likely, and once it falls, the evening becomes cool, calm, and refreshing.
Good morning, the coast city, and welcome to Enugu. This morning, Enugu starts cooler and calmer at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it warms up to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain may come earlier today, though by evening, it feels fresh, breezy, and relaxing.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. Abakaliki this morning begins calm. with 24 degrees to 26 degrees Celsius. But this place heats up more than others. And by afternoon, it reaches about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest. Later in Abakaliki, clouds gather and thunderstorms are likely, bringing relief and leaving the night cooler and more comfortable.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri this morning begins warm and slightly humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, things rise up to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. The air can feel heavier, and later in the day, rain and light thunderstorms are expected. The night becomes cool and slightly damp.
Good morning, Umuahia. The day starts mild and uncomfortable at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, giving Umuahia a calm start. As afternoon comes, it rises to about 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, with a bit of humidity building up. Later, rain showers are likely and the evening settles into a cool, peaceful atmosphere.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break. I will return with more updates. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today from The Punch, Nation, Guardian, Daily Trust, and the Daily Sun. We'll start with the Punch headline, which says, troops repel fresh attack as fallen general, soldiers buried. We have on the Guardian headline, which says, fresh concerns over funding risks as Nigeria's public debt hits 159.28 trillion naira. On the Nation, we have ADC presidential ticket, TS Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso apart. Now on the Daily Trust, we have insecurity, Nigeria in state of war. ACF Arewa Consultative Forum. Now we have on the Daily Sun, insecurity escalating to war situation, Arewa. We check the Daily Trust headline, which says, insecurity, Nigeria in state of war. The Arewa Consultative Forum has described Nigeria's security situation as a state of war, expressing deep concern over escalating violence and urging urgent, decisive action to address widespread insecurity across the country.
All right. Seeing this headline, speaking to the level of insecurity that we have in Nigeria, and here, not just any other body, but the Arewa Consultative Forum is now beginning to raise alarm that things have gotten to a critical stage where the insecurity that we experience in Northeast and the whole of Nigeria is getting to be a threat to national stability. And hearing this call from the cultural, the pan-social cultural organizations in Nigeria, speaking to Arewa Consultative Forum, or even the Afanifere, begin to raise concern to these issues, begin to, tell any discerning man and even the blind that the situation in Nigeria is becoming more worrisome. On a number of days, we'll keep speaking to the issue around insecurity, and we'll give rhetorics to these issues. But the more we speak to, taking control, making sure that this will not happen again, it continues to happen. Over time, we'll continue to lose, our citizens. through the Easter period, we lost about 17 persons, 5 policemen, and then you move towards the Maiduguri, where we were gifted, the Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. We saw the explosion that happened there, and even at the Monday market, away from Maiduguri, moving to the plateau, we saw that gruesome picture of a woman cloaked, holding onto the carcass of the dead child. What emotion would that not leave on every discerning mind? Telling you that things are getting far worse. When we, continue to speak to Plateau, you will see things moving way back to other areas. In fact, as we speak, the northeast part of Nigeria is on a war footing. Irrespective of the fact that we'll keep talking to these things about, headers, farmers, clashes, and all that. Nigeria is at war, and I'm happy, I'm excited that Arewa Consultative Forum has risen up to this sudden awareness. It's no longer the situation where we hear certain rhetorics that these are our brothers. For us to treat them with kid glove, we cannot continue to use the carrot approach to handle the level of insecurity that is being witnessed in Nigeria at present. Travel through Kaduna, Katsina, Borno, Maiduguri, all parts, there's no safety. People don't seem to, go about their lawful duties again, because you don't even know that if when you leave your home, you will be able to return. So now that Arewa is beginning to cite this situation as Nigeria being on a war footing, the question I want to ask is, what's changed? Are they just becoming aware that this has gotten more dangerously bad? That is at this time that they are speaking, without wanting to tilt towards the side that I believe that all these are towards a political end, or because the political season is here, everyone is beginning to speak up or to paint the government in a bad light. I do not hold that school of thought at all. But the sudden realization for Arewa Consultative Forum and Afanifere to begin to cry out louder, begins to speak to us as a people that all is not well with this nation. This is a nation of peaceful people that has defied every projection. Remember that it was projected by the CIA, the United States, that this nation, Nigeria, would not go beyond a certain time, 2010, and here we are. We've passed these speculative roadblocks that's been hewed at Nigeria, but here we are confronting a more, more dangerous trend in the same of insurgency, banditry, headers, farmers clashes. But there's one key word for this, and that is that this is terrorism. Terrorism at play in Nigeria. And the earlier we wake up to this reality, the better for us as a people. And when, people tend to want to exonerate government, I continue to insist that the buck stops on the government's table, while noting the fact that, yes, it's been cumulatively a decade that's moved from one government's inaction to another, leading to where we are today. Yes, I am quite aware that it did start way years back to 1999 to this day, but the bulk rightfully stops on the government table. When the present leadership took over the affairs of this nation, they knew that they would confront this challenge, and I am aware, and I am supposedly aware, that they should be prepared for it. It is the duty and the responsibility of government to ensure that the property and lives of citizens are secure. And the question now arises, are the property and lives of Nigerians secure? Your guess, after all, may be as good as mine. Now, given this situation, we are not just losing, our citizens. We are beginning to lose combatants. We are speaking to the loss of General Oba, who raised concerns. Moving away from General Oba, we've lost more generals. Yes. Look at Brigadier General Brima, the other day. And then we are seeing another colonel in the Nigerian army again. So where in the world do you lose the top echelons of your military hierarchy in this manner? Where do you continue to lose commanders in this manner? And I continue to charge us that even nations that are perpetually at war, even looking at the state of Israel, Or some may even argue that when you go to the crisis-laden Sudan, that it has not gotten this bad. And as far as I'm concerned, it has gotten to a point where beyond the Arewa Consultative Forum or the Afanifere raising concern, we need to sit down as a people. And, you know, I've over time advocated the fact that when it comes to defense, we need that civilians have no business in being appointed into these ministries. And you see that even foreigners are beginning to raise concerns to this issue. They are beginning to, a US lawmaker the other day is now calling for Matawale, you know, to be removed as a Minister of State for Defense. And I am in total agreement. What is his profile? What is his antecedent? Does he have any military training? Does he have any paramilitary training to allow him to continue to sit as the Nigerian Minister of State for Defense? You know, until we begin to appoint the right people, at least, to occupy the right positions, then we may not be able to witness the sort of change that we want. It's not just, you know, the Ministry of Defense is not just for administrative position. These are positions where you need veterans. I will continue to insist that we need veterans to occupy such ministry. We need veterans, war-tested veterans, who know the nitty-gritty of combating insecurity, combating terrorism in a guerrilla, you know, warfare that we are witnessing. And a number of times, when the military take action, you know, we begin to bring the humanitarian angle to these issues. While we may not exonerate our military, you know, when they take actions, but it's time for us as a people to go into total, you know, kinetic, you know, approach and combatant position against these insurgents. You know, the other day, we just, after the death of General Brima, we scrambled a few fighter jets and then saw the detonation that happened at the marketplace, you know, and we are beginning to hear outcry that civilian populations were affected. Now, there are pertinent questions that one would raise, because I anchor on the position of the governor of Borno State when he says that that market had been closed over time for a period of upwards of 5 years. That it's been closed because it's a known hub for, you know, terrorist hobnobbing, where they go for their logistics and you know, a conclave for them to gather and then plan next attacks. And then the question remains that civilians who are in these places, what was their mission? What were they doing? Are they part of the logistical supply of these insurgents, speaking to ISWAP and Boko Haram? When you notice that these daredevil, you know, terrorists are congregating in this area and you are seated and continue to do business with them, then the argument may be advanced forward that you cannot exonerate yourself, that you may be complicit in this whole security challenge that is confronting this nation. That does not negate the fact that there may be civilian casualties in this whole enclave. But we need to charge ourselves. We need to charge our government as a people. There has to be a total onslaught. I expect that even as we are speaking to these issues, that more fighter jets be scrambled to begin to, you know, bombard this terrorist enclave everywhere they are domiciled. We need to, you know, unleash hell to these people. And we are speaking to a military that over years has gone on peacekeeping mission, was able to help, you know, hold his head high, and this issue continue to, you know, deteriorate, leading to other questions. You know, at the death of Brigadier General Brima, we raised pertinent questions because it's in the open space that he over time requested from the offices in Abuja, the high defense offices in Abuja, about supply to enable them navigate the terrain. Where's the thermal optics that he requested for? Was he made available? And the report has it that even the terrorists that ambushed them, that military formation, had superior, you know, thermal equipments, thermal optics, to be able to navigate the deserts, you know, surroundings, to be able to operate, you know, in the manner they did, without hindrance. And our military, what do they have access to? He did ask for more equipments in the manner of T-72 and other equipments. Were they made available to him? What happened? we are well informed that he was told to wait for the budget. The budget had come. So what was hindering the importation of this kinetic equipment to see that we do not lose men, to see that the insurgents do not have upper hand? Because as it is, obviously our collaborations with all these other nations seems not to be producing the needed result. And over time, I advocate for a Nigerian approach to this issue, which is why I am quite, excited hearing the Arewa Consultative Forum and the Afanifere coming to give credence to the fact that we need to, begin to escalate our attitude, our penchant for nonchalance towards this security situation to a war footing. And I am emboldened to ask, are there people who are milking financially from this whole insecurity in Nigeria? Why do we have to confront insecurity in Nigeria for this long? And until I continue to insist, until we continue to get consistent briefing from the Defense Ministry about what the plan is on ending insurgency, until we have a roadmap, until we have an inventory, public inventory of what has been procured, where it was, dispensed to, then we may continue to ask, are there people who are financially benefiting from insecurity in Nigeria? And these are answers we expect from the high offices in Abuja. Over time, we seem to have been neglecting our combatants, and we shouldn't. Let them begin to get worried. Because things may get to a point where you begin to see more deserters from the front line. And it becomes worrisome that your first line of defense do not have the needed equipment, kinetic equipment, to begin to, chase these terrorists away from our boundaries and our borders. And leading me to ask again, where are the equipments that we are supposed to get from Turkey? We went into an alliance, and we are told that soon we will be supplied with equipment, drones, to be able to, monitor our borders. Because I rightly heard Mr. President, in London, when he did allude to the fact that part of the insecurity we are witnessing is as a fallout from the Sahel, and if these people have access to a porous border, they will continue to troop in. So I'm expecting that by this time, those equipment should have arrived from Turkey, and our men must have been trained on how to use this equipment. These are question marks that continue to arise. What is holding it back? Just recently, we are made aware, like Mr. President did say, that he is willing to go into alliance with any nation, anywhere, any part of the world that would help us combat insurgency in Nigeria. Is that us conceding to the fact that we can no longer handle this situation? And if we are looking for outside help, what's the manner of this help? When is this help arriving? Do we continue to project to nations that will supply armament to us to be able to confront insurgency? To what end? Today is the French that we've pandered to. When are they coming? Are we beginning to partition, Nigeria into enclaves of foreign domains? Because we are told that there is an alliance with the United States government leading to the collaborative bombing on December 25. That collaboration with certain boots on ground, is it not producing needed results? These are part of things that we need to hear at a briefing from the Defense Ministry. And the new alliance with France, to what end? When would we begin to expect practical results that will lead to us as a people not losing more of our nationals? These are the issues. And I am, quite happy that the Arewa Consultative Forum is now letting the government and the Nigerian and the world know that it has gotten to be a threat to national stability. There's no nation that is facing these enormous challenges that would be speaking to the next election and politicking without wanting to know how you begin to recover the ungoverned space from the hands of these insurgents. It leaves a lot to be desired. And the earlier, like I always insist, that until we come together as a people and begin to map out a Nigerian plan on how to handle this insurgency, this terrorism that is fast consuming this nation, then we may not have a handle on it.
We go over to the Guardian headline, which says, fresh concerns over funding risk as Nigeria's public debt hits 159.28 trillion naira. Fresh concerns over funding risks as Nigeria's public debt hits 59.28 trillion naira. Rising public debt now at 159.28 trillion naira, which has sparked concerns about Nigerians' ability to manage its finances, with fears over increasing borrowing costs, pressure on government revenue, and potential risks to economic stability. This is actually a concern. Basically, looking at the borrowing margin that we have as a nation, it has raised a lot of questions. How is Nigeria able to go over the year and still use add more budgets to the budget? That's what it basically means. And looking at this 23.8 trillion fiscal deficit adds sustainability risk. And in the past 4 years, covering 2022 to 2025, the government spent an average of 127% of its revenue on recurrent expenditure. Now, the government they spent more than 100% of what they generated as a revenue in a recurrent expenditure. Until now, as last year's budget expenditure has not been made public. This is giving a lot of issues in our economy, bringing in tension and bringing in panic. Looking at how our economy has evolved over the years, I remember one time in a particular era of a president in this nation, I was sitting in my father's house where I read in the news, or I heard in the news, that Nigeria's economy is now the best in Africa. Many years ago, I was a witness of that. I saw it in the news, and from then it has stuck in my mind how Nigeria has moved from being the best in this economy side to the depreciations, looking at the gantry price of fuel and the issues in the Middle East. Now, looking at how we have been funding our budgets over the years, over the years, just in a few years margin, you would actually discover that there has never been, or there would be a time where we are actually reaching the expenditure which we have already budgeted. Looking at the issues that are being raised around insecurity, around the economic issues, around the increase of livelihood, setting it from the Middle East tensions that we are having. Now, this is a lot, because just last month we had Mr. President where he went to his state-of-the-art visit to the UK, where Nigeria borrowed again about 746 million euros to fund our ports, the one in Lagos and the one at the other place. Now, looking at how much we are borrowing, and just this year we have already made, there's also another part of it where we have already, the federal government is going for $6.1 billion. This is causing a lot of panic and a lot of questions. Remember, I have been saying this, and I must say that the common man, anything that is a government policy that is not touching the economy of the common Nigerian, is not really going to be seen as anything big, citing that why the government is making all those policies is so that the average Nigerian could benefit. But from this report, we are having an excessive borrowing, which in our payment, we are not raising revenue that can match the borrowing. That is actually a problem as a nation. And I think we have to look into this. Federal government has to look into this. How are we getting our revenues? We talked about the port the other day, the refineries, how the refineries are not working. The refineries in Nigeria are not working. The one in Warri, the one in Port Harcourt, and the one in Kaduna. While billions are spent yearly to, keep the refineries going. Why? Looking at it also, you are talking about the insurgency, the insecurity that has taken shape, which has made, when you look at it from the agricultural side, where in the north, which is their basic economy, it is a problem. Now, this is a question that I have been asking. How do we get these things right? Looking at the tensions that are funding the risk of Nigeria's public debt as it hits 159.28 trillion.
All right. First of all, when we look at these concerns over funding risk and Nigerians' public debt rising, to start with, one may state the fact that there's nothing wrong in borrowing, and this has been the line of argument over time. And I quite agree, I agree with that school of thought that there's nothing wrong with borrowing. But the question remains, where do you plunge this borrowing? What do you do with it? What is it meant for? These are the issues, where concerns should be raised about what we're using these, borrowed funds for, and where are we plunging them? For example, Nigeria is still, when it comes to energy, in terms of power and electricity, is still very comatose in Nigeria. You cannot talk about the fact that Nigerians are, very sure that they would, to expect, non-failure power supply or 24 hours power supply in the nation is still at a very sorry state. The reason, to ask that question, where are we plunging in this homogeneous debt that we are carrying as a people? Looking at 159.28 trillion debt that has risen from 153.29 trillion from September of 2025, getting to 159 by December 2025, upon which this whole emphasis is based on, begins to tell you one thing, that instead of a situation where the debts are decreasing, they are on the increase, and these numbers, negate the recent borrowing from the United Arab Emirates and the UK of around 8.3 trillion naira, is not inclusive on this, and this continues to expose you to other strenuous issues. But the worry is that when the debt management office comes out to begin to raise concern about mounting debt, it tells you that all is not well with the nation, with the economy, irrespective of the arguments on what anybody wants you to believe. A number of times we are advanced with the position that the economy is stabilizing, but the economy is stabilizing and we are going into more debt. Let me shock you. It is estimated that every Nigerian, on a population of 220 million, estimated that every Nigerian is owing about 724,000 naira already, as in each citizen in this nation, when you divide this homogeneous amount. So each and every one of us is in debt. Even your unborn children, the unmarried ones, by the time you marry, you now go and find a suitable pretty lady to marry, and then you go and consummate that marriage. Your offspring is already in debt. That's what it means. But the issue is that you're not just in debt. Where is the nation plugging in this debt? These are the questions. Your unborn child that is already indebted before he comes into this nation, that is already in debt, what will he be paying for? These are the issues. Will he be paying for consistent electricity in Nigeria? Will he be paying for an investment to advance production in Nigeria? What will he actually be paying for the generation before him to have plunged him into this homogeneous debt? The question arises that when you are indebted to this magnitude, the issue is not about the debt itself. And let me shock you, we may no longer be getting, a debt relief or debt forgiveness like we witnessed in the era of President Olusegun Obasanjo. Remember that in the last way of that administration, they made it a point of duty to secure debt forgiveness from the World Bank and IMF and other monetary organizations for Nigeria. And when we got that, through the then Minister Okonjo-Iweala, what have we done? We've squandered that goodwill. Instead of beginning to be able to manage, the resources that we have, advance, the revenue generation, and be able to utilize, these incomes for advancement of the economy, what did we do? We plunged them into the unknown. these revenues were squandered. Today we are in more debt that was forgiven, then in 1999. Today we are in more debt, and these debts are mounting up. And let me tell you, the challenge here is not just that you have debt, but the issue is that you need to spend, you need to generate more and spend more to service this debt. So it's a quite sorry situation, and those who are beginning to get worried are in line. Irrespective of the positions that will be advanced, the question remains. Yes, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. But the issue is, what results are you getting from borrowing? Where are we plunging these debts from? What are we doing with them? The more we are told that things are getting consolidated on the economic front, like you rightly observed and pointed out, how does it impact the common man on the street in Nigeria? The common man in Nigeria is still buying fuel from out of pocket because subsidy is gone. Given the rise of this crisis in the Middle East, they are paying double in transportation. Beyond that, look at staple food prices in Nigeria. The price has gone up because these things have a trickle effect. These are the issues. What is the government doing to see that the common Nigerian can get an affordable housing? What is the cost of transportation generally in Nigeria, where you do not even have effective railway system, that people are left with the usual, talking about road travels and the rest of them? You still rely on the roads and haulage from these rickety trucks to be able to transport, staple food from the far north to the west and the rest of the south. And we are talking about mounting debt. I'm telling you, before the end of this year, the concern will go bigger and higher than that, because the money you will need to service this debt will be on a higher increase, not to speak to the debt and the continued borrowing that we are witnessing. The point remains that we will continue to call, the leadership of this nation, that emphasis should be on not just the borrowing, but on how do we begin to make our own economy more viable. I listened to you speak to Ekomoto's refineries. Nigeria, thanks and kudos to the good man who has built a private refinery for Nigeria. You would have asked the question, what would have been the fate of Nigeria had it been that there's no Dangote refinery today? I bet you that the fuel of petroleum pricing would have gotten as high as 5,000 naira per litre in Nigeria, given the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, with that crisis, one thing that's been obvious is that Nigeria has made more revenue. There's been a windfall. Where are we plunging these windfalls? Are we using them in debt servicing? Or are we using them in defending the naira? To what end? So these are germane questions that will continue to be raised. But let me leave it on the mind of everyone that you as a Nigerian and your unborn children are already indebted to the tune of 724,000 naira. So bear that in mind, and then with that will sharpen your engagement with the leadership of this nation. That will sharpen your engagement and what you do as the nation tilts towards a 2027, to know that you have to, at all costs, elect people who would manage the economy well, who will steer the ship of this nation, not just away from debt, but to see that when these loans are secure, they are plunged into advancing this nation into an economic powerhouse in not just Africa, but in the world. This is an economy that was reputed to be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Where are we today? We've been left behind by Brazil. We've been left behind by South Africa. We are left behind by Singapore. Where are we in the world economically? These are, talk about the Asia tigers that were leaning on the Nigerian and learning from the Nigerian economy. They have, leapfrogged us. Where are we at the Committee of Nations? We are a debt-laden nation. And that's the reality. And is more worrisome, like I said, that these humongous debts are not being, having any impact on the lives of the people, is not advancing the cause of this nation to becoming, another powerhouse in Africa.
Yes, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with more updates. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to development affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. We go over to the Daily Sun, where we have 33 states, FCT, facing flooding. Federal government warns. 33 states, FCT, face high flooding. Federal government warns, including Osun, Enugu, Kogi, Adamawa, and 6 other states risk cholera over food. This is a case of flooding that Nigeria are facing. I mean, majority of the states in the country are at the high risk of facing flood during this rainy season. And over the years, we have been thinking, or we are thinking that this flood thing has been controlled, but it is getting out of hand. Looking at the structures, and I would really commend the federal government and the side of the information, the NIMET, people who bring this information to the public to ensure that the right information comes to the public. And I also commend them for being timely, because I remember just last 2 weeks, 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, before the rainy season started, there was an announcement about the haze that will be in the north. So they have been up in their game, but this is a concerning issue that there will be flooding. There's a risk of flooding both in Enugu, I mean, look, coming across the southeast, Enugu, Osun, and even the FCT. This is giving a rise to the structure and the things that should be put in place, which have not been put in place. While we are talking about other issues which are in the nation, this is also a part of what we should look into.
All right, kudos to NIMET for always putting out this alert. But the issue is, what do we do with this alert, and what do we do, with this information? Nigeria has a recurring flooding problem, especially during rainy season. And I heard you congratulating the government. I don't know what you are congratulating them for, because previous years we witnessed flooding. I remember the case in Niger State. It was a very sorry state that the First Lady had to, go make some donations and all that. But after that, what have we done? What have we done to see that flooding will not impact negatively on our citizens and our communities? Remember, in Niger State, people have to, move away from their terrain to other parts. We lost citizens. What have we done? What has the Ministry of Environment done to see that those who build houses on waterways are moved away from there? Those who, block the sewages and the water routes are moved away from there. So that when we get to rainy season, we do not continue to repeat this trend. And it's a repetitive cycle. You see that the same places where people, we are impacted negatively and affected by flooding in the previous year would equally come up in the news. I bet you that before we get to the thick of the rainy season, you begin to see that we will lose more people to flooding. We will see more villages that will be sacked. You will hear in the news about cities in Jigawa State. You will hear in the news about cities in Niger State and other areas. And now the numbers are about 33 states and their city as well, telling you that as a people we really, learn from our experiences or history. We've had flooding over time, and each and every time we'll keep waiting for flooding to come again and for us to begin to, begin to give lip services and begin to orchestrate actions as if we are going to do anything about it. I tell you, we won't. This rainy season will come, more villages will be sacked, more farmlands will be sacked, and this will impact negatively on agriculture, and then we will make some beautiful speeches, and then make some donation, and then we'll go back and then face politicking, and after the elections, another rainy season will come. and they still impact us negatively. So we need to rethink ourselves as a people, our actions and inactions. It's high time we become proactive in how we handle things. One would expect, given the experience of last year, that in this new year, that in this new rainy season, we will not, begin to hear news about flooding, going to sack villages or impacting as much as the 3 states and FCT. Is worrisome. Yes, natural disasters do happen, and even in the United States, we'll see situations where hurricanes and all that. But there are things that you can do as a people. Yes, even in the United States where we have these hurricanes and all that, over time, you will see the state will give announcements for people to move away from these areas. What are we doing to see that we'll move people away to the more areas that are more threatened than other places? So there has to be action beyond, the making news headlines. We need to expedite action, not when we begin to lose people to flooding, we'll begin and start to shed crocodile tears and begin to make long speeches.
All right, also in the news, we're having ADC will go for presidential primary if consensus fails. That's from Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He says that the African Democratic Congress, they will go on a presidential primary if consensus fails. And this is where he went to on Arise TV and was granted an interview on Wednesday, where he was talking about this being his last outing as a political bigwig. Looking at the facts and bringing it to ADC, you would see he also said that if anyone wins, that he's ready to support the person. He's ready to, give his maximum support, and also that he is interested to have the best. Now, talking about consensus and how ADC would actually have a presidential candidate that will be representing them in the next election, it tells of a fact that there could be many issues that are not so loud, ranging from the fact that there are people who could be qualified just as the same level with the person who is said to be qualified. Of course, I'm talking about Mr. Peterobi, from the people, from what the opinion people are giving. Their obedience. There's Senator Rabi Ukwankwa. So then there are other big wigs in the ADC who are said to be more qualified. And if consensus will not be okay, I think ADC should actually go for the presidential election as primary election, and that would actually give a more democratic room for people to express, for people to see, and for people who want the best of governance to participate and know who to bring to the limelight of ADC in politics. Yes, Mr. Uche.
All right. One thing that gladdens me is that he is saying that he was willing to support anyone who comes out tops in either their primaries. But I still take those statements with a pinch of salt. If I'm a student of history and I have followed the political trajectory of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I've seen him as a man who has been in the fray for far too long, taking back to the PDM and the G34 that finally, PDM years, the G34 that finally metamorphosed into the PDP, and prior to that, he has been, on the political scene. He won a governorship position before President Olusegun Obasanjo invited him to join him on the ticket, and he became the vice president. And beyond that, he's been there, and he has, since throughout that dispensation, I've always seen, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar's name in the ballot. But in this case, this the way they want us to believe, speaking to politicians, I'm not a partisan politician myself. I'm just a keen observer of political trends, and I look at the rhetoric coming out from the ADC. They inundate us with the fact that we need to sack this administration for not leading us to the El Dorado that they promised, speaking to the APC. And before the APC came into light, that they mounted the change mantra upon which every Nigerian relied on, and elected them into position. ADC is making us realize that the APC has failed in that regard. And looking at the individual who are congregating the ADC, of which the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is one of them. And I tell you my own expectation. What I expect from the from Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, is that they should come together and see amongst them who is the most sellable candidate with the right resume to turn things around for the common man in Nigeria. It's not about who stands the better chance, in calling out his region to align with him, but about the individual who will be able to steer the ship of this nation to a better footing in terms of advancing this nation economically, in terms of stabilizing this nation, in areas of security, in terms of seeing that the fiscal rascality that we're witnessing as a people will be hemmed in. So I expect not just the Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, but the likes of Rotimi Amechi, David Mark, a lot of them, Kwankwaso that you've mentioned, and peterobi, for them too. I'm not expecting, in fact, for me, it will be a total failure to see the ADC go into primaries. For me, it begins to tell you that they are men, a congregation of men with selfish ambition. What I would expect is that to see the ADC, go into their inner chamber, go into their bedroom, and come up with a consensus candidate. And that consensus should not just be on political calculation, but on a Nigerian calculation that will advance and move people, from the lower class to the middle class. Because the middle class in Nigeria is shrinking. We no longer have a middle class. I grew up in this nation where we knew the upper echelon and we know the middle class. And I tell you today that there's no middle class in Nigeria. That level, that class is no longer in existence. And the few of them who should be said to be in the middle class are shaking onto the floor, the lower level. So what should form the basis for their selecting a consensus candidate should be one who has the capacity to deliver this nation from the bondage of the economic shackles that we're witnessing. Someone who will turn around the refineries or auction them off and move this nation away from the usual rhetorics of insecurity, of the financial and debt burden we are in. One who would advance Nigeria so that the mortality rate in Nigeria would, be moved a lot higher. In fact, a lot of people, will tell you that being in Nigeria, you become an endangered species. And we need not to continue to hear such rhetorics. So my expectation is that the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar should lead the charge, bringing everyone together, and then, as a father, sit and then make moves that such an individual that should be agreed upon, who should be much younger and not of the older stock, who has a clear credential, trust him on the limelight, and all of them should back him. And I did listen to former Vice President when he was speaking to being a bridge between the older generation and the new generation, of which he said the younger generation at the subnational levels have failed. Granted that a lot of people at the subnational level, youth who have been trusted with leadership, has failed, but at this point in time, there's no need to, go back to the era of the Buharis, the Tinubus. We should go to the pander towards a younger people who should be able to compete with the likes of the Macron and other youthful young presidents in the world to be able to advance Nigeria forward. These are things I expect. And like I did say, let me close by saying that should ABC go into a primary, for me, is a signal that they are not ready for the next election. If they cannot have a consensus amongst themselves, it means that they are not ready. They are still pushed forward by selfish ambition and not advancing this nation first.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. Next is Sports Update. Today in sports, there are many things that has happened, and we are looking at the Punch Sports Extra, where we have several headlines which cuts across the English League, the local leagues, and also the international football space. Remember, World Cup is close, and it will be from June into the rest of the month. In 2026, we are having Forest versus Porto. Aina battles Mofi. Sanusi for Europa League semis ticket. You see down, you have Joshua gets, that's Anthony Joshua gets July bout offer to fight Fury by November. Now you go by the side where you have Palmer looks lost without Jackson by Mikel Obi, and you are seeing Hugo Etikite of Liverpool FC having ACL rupture, and that has, ruptured his dream. It has ruined his dream of World Cup. He will be out for 8 to 9 months. We're also going up. We have United Nagelsmann. That's Julian Nagelsmann, the current Germany head coach. Then we're also talking about Saka. Bukayo Saka, doubtful for City clash. That's Arsenal Manchester City game that is coming up this weekend. We have our very own Wabali on the front page, which says Wabali rules out MPFL move. Wabali has not seen any club so far, and I think that has affected his playing and career, because Eric Chelle did not call him for the friendlies that we played against Jordan and Iran. He was not mentioned. He was not even called. I don't know why, but I think this is one of the reasons why, because Eric Chelle, I believe, is looking for vibrant and active players who are engaged. Of course, he came out to say that in the cup game that is coming in May, that's the friendly that is coming in May, it's actually a competition that will involve several nations, Namibia, India, and Jamaica, of course. That it's a cup, it's a competition that will be played in the UK. Wabali is not there, and he said that he's going to, ensure he picks a handful, that's from the home base and also from the foreign based players, that he wants to see the quality of the team, where he will be fielding inexperienced players. When I mean inexperienced, people who has not tested the turf of the national team, or who has ever won the JC of the Nigerian national team. So he is going to try them out as the other people are prepared for the next games that are coming. Then we have in the UEFA Champions League, Lukman overtakes Eba, nears Martin's record. That's Lukman. Ademola Lukman has passed through Ipeba and nears Martin's record as he plays for Atletico Madrid, and he scored that decisive goal against Barcelona just 2 days ago. We have in the news also Bayern Munich and Real Madrid on 6-4 aggregate, where Bayern scored 4 goals and won Real Madrid yesterday. The Bavarians set up PSG clash after Allianz thriller. That's the next place we're having Arsenal Sporting. Sporting is out of the Champions League, and we have Gunners to face Atletico in the semi-finals, and these matches are coming up. One of the most important things before I round up today is the controversy with Neymar and the Brazil national team, where the Brazilian president has come out to say that he wants Neymar Neymar must end World Cup slot, and that is very important. Of course, Neymar has been a sensation. He has played, we can liken Neymar as one of the world talents we have in football, but the president has come out to say that Neymar must end it. That means this is from a sure word of assurance that Neymar must end it, and that's where we round it up in the sports wrap today. Yes.
All right, thank you for that in-depth sports analysis on today's headlines and all that.
Yeah, so we go over to other news, but because of time, we are going to call it a day on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. Today is no exception as we take a look at Southeast Nigeria, a region that remains a vital heartbeat of the nation's commerce and industry, yet currently sits at a complex crossroads. From the bustling markets of Aba and Onitsha to the growing concerns over security, sit-at-home orders, and the call for economic revitalization, the stakes have never been higher. Joining us to navigate challenges and the deniable potential of Igbo land is Onyedika Abo, Public Affairs Analyst. Mr. Onyedika Abo, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's come home. Looking at Southeast, historically, it's been a region that knows for its innovative nature and position in Nigeria. When you take into account historically, there's been credible levels of advancement. If we look at Southeast from the times of the likes of M.Y. Okpara and co. What is your assessment of Southeast today?
The truth is that the Southeast has become a shadow of itself. If you want to analyze the state of the region without mincing words, you will be fair to acknowledge that we have become an opposite of what we used to be and what we are known for. However, you can't just do such analysis in a portrait of hopelessness, because you can see how individuals on their own are thriving. You can also acknowledge the effort of governments in certain percentage and area. But if you look at the progression, if you look at, assuming this is a private business, any person who has invested much of the potential level we have in the Southeast, if you invest it in terms of resources and effort in a private business and you're getting the outcome we're getting in Southeast, of course you know that that business is not doing well. But what we are left with is an opportunity of options. It's either we continue to live in sentiment, crying foul, or we take the bull by the horn. So my summary of the analysis is that the Southeast is a region that has, like you said, a huge deposit of both human and natural resources, but it's not being put into use. But we have an opportunity to decide whether we want to remain like this, whether we want to be defined or live by the definition of others, or we want to define ourselves. And it's entirely in our hands.
It's entirely in our hands. Okay. Now that it says entirely in our hands, I am forced to ask the question, because we've looked at Southeast as a very thriving region in Nigeria. And a number of times, I know that the Southeasterners, especially the Igbos, they cry about marginalization. Far beyond that, I want to ask, where did we miss the road?
Okay, I think it is in the inability of the leaders, when you make references to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and M.I. Okpara and the likes of them, is the inability to build and raise a sustainable system. First, in building a system that it looks beyond individual. If you are success in your business, like we know most of our people do, enterprising, this person and Sons Limited. If your business has, for instance, Korea and Sons Limited, and you don't have sons that will sustain it in the event of eventuality, that Sons Limited will eventually go into a state the moment you drop dead. So we had people who actually, unfortunately, a lot of people will say, from the time they led till now, we are still celebrating some of them as the best governor of the old region and all that. It's the inability of building a system and raising successors. Because no matter how good you are in whatever you're doing, if you cannot replicate it in human form, people who can do either very close to 80–90% of what you can do in your lifetime, or in, for instance, if it's an office where you will stay and either retire or get to a point where your tenure expires and somebody takes over, you're not seeing people who can do very closely. It might not be totally exactly 100%, very closely to what you're doing. Then of course you know that there will be failure, which is what we are seeing in the governance and political corridor of our region, not just individual states, that we see governors who in their term seemingly will be doing exceptionally well. Oh, people will be praising them. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's not only the praising guys who fit from the government. There are objective analysts who will look at most of our leaders and say, oh, I think he's doing well in this time, he's doing well in this time. Most of the roads built by the past administration in the 5 states have all started getting very strong potholes and washing away. So what happens to the idea of looking beyond today. We know that there are some of the things that the then Jim Nwobodo did in the old Anambra that is still monumental today. And we can't find infrastructures that are actually people-oriented in the successive administration, especially from 1999 till now, that can be compared to such edifice. So it is the lack of the ability to institute a system that is sustainable, that would outlive them, and also because they couldn't raise successors, they did not breed their species in human form. So that is why when they died, some of the people that found their ways into power saw it as an opportunity to amass wealth and self-gain. And it has no, of course, if you have, even if it is a business like this studio now, if it starts generating income and you don't find a way to make sure that this income have a very huge percentage that is plunked back into it for sustainability, it's a matter of time, it will die off.
A matter of time, it will die off indeed. But you spoke to that lack of a sustainable system that would ensure successors. But I ask, do we just lay this blame at the doorsteps of these leaders? Or does it have something to do with the masses as well, who have refused to toe the line of these leaders? You know, you cited an example, given the potholes that were, I mean, the roads that were, you know, constructed in the 5 southeastern states, as at this moment are bedeviled with potholes. And I ask, is it not just the people, the lack of will to be like these men that you mentioned, or do we just lay the blame at their table?
No, I think you're perfectly right. It's something we have most of the times when I do analysis of leadership and the state of whether the country, region, or state, I used to share the blames, those for the leaders and those for the masses. And you know, the leaders are not different from the people they led. They all emerge. As at last, say, 12 years, the current governor of Enugu State was not known in any way around the corners of the state. Yeah, he was there with Chimaroke, but he disappeared, and then there's nothing. He is not doing anything in terms of holding any position. Even when I met him before the election, and he spoke so well, I was dazzled at his presentation. And I said, okay, I wasn't sure whether I was going to support you or not, but because of the things you've said, you've convinced me. Then I asked him a very important question. I said, how come you were in Chimaroke's administration as commissioner in 2 different ministries, plus the other state position you held? You went into business, became very successful, but there's no way we can find anything to link to you, like petermbah Foundation, or you're doing this for including the people of your own community. So, but what is important for me, that is not about his maybe inability to have done that, is because he was not in the corridor or the terrain of leadership. He was a citizen. Maybe he might not say just, or maybe a common citizen. He was a citizen, or an indigenous of Enugu State, living between Lagos and somewhere in the north, doing businesses, going outside the country and coming in. So if petermbah, for whatever he's doing today, depending on analysis and who is analyzing, if he was a good member of the masses, if he was exceptional, today he has the opportunity. Of course, you will see that his leadership beyond the political assessment and the endorsement would totally, if not 100%, at least over 90%, X-ray the heart of a leader who leads because of the people, not just for a certain class or himself. Now, in addition, we have people in 2023 that were those that were nobodies, those that had no hope of winning an election. One of them in this our state printed his poster close to the election when he started seeing that the movement of peterobi was becoming so hard. I know one. In fact, one of the people that won under that election, I brought the person into politics myself in 2019, gave her a ticket to run and all that. So even myself, I know I've always looked forward, believed in an army of people, especially young people, that will one day take the country all by themselves, especially at the ballots, saying that we can no longer continue to do this. But we had a National Assembly gladiators in Enugu, people who were fierce in politics. We had them, they retired, being won by people who had no political history. We had the people come out, voted, those they didn't know, all because they wait for peterobi. And Uche, the question is, when these people all got into power, can we really assess what they've done from the time they were sworn in or inaugurated in the legislative chambers and various other offices till now, and say, wow, they're actually either living like our then leaders or they are exhibiting concern for the people? So the leaders are never different. That's why when people say people get the type of leaders they deserve, it's not like I hear people cry foul here, or our leaders are this or that. And most of the people that are crying this foul, give them an opportunity to be just a supervisor in a private firm and see what they will exhibit. So I agree that we do not blame them, but if you asked where we got it wrong, where we missed it, it was because there is no sustainable system that can throw up only leaders that have had track record of events in the past. Because I just need to know what you've been doing for the past 10 years, and I can tell you what you will do for the next 2 or 3 years. So the people don't just change, and when people say, oh, it's power that changed this person, it's a lie. People are, leaders are just product of the society where they belong to. And if you until whenever maybe we start seeing citizens, individuals, policemen, civil servants who are living exceptional lives, irrespective of how bad the system is, we'll continue to get leaders that will play gimmicks with our common resources and leave one turn for another person to still come in, and it continues like that. So all we got it wrong was this sustainable system. But it is not to blame these leaders alone, because some of them actually didn't even bother raising, like, how do they put it, in this playing the role of godfatherism. Some of them didn't even bother that. They believe that the system, whosoever comes, will do his own and go. So, but I still have a portion of the blame for them, because maybe they didn't foresee that if they were not very intentional about sustainability, that it will get to a time where it will be over or
You know, I was going to ask the morality question.
Okay.
But you trumped up something that made me wonder. The system, the Nigerian system, that allows for the wealthy to control the narrative, determine who is able to afford party primaries, party cards, in terms of aspiration for positions. That system, is he exempt from this blame as well?
You know, systems don't exist in vacuum. When there's a system in the private sector, it is individuals that run it. Everywhere in the world, it is the rich that control the narrative. Is it that they do it for good intentions, or they do it for their own selfish will? We have a situation which is very sad, the one where people seem not to have the conscious or maybe conscience to think beyond today. Majority of that problem, and why this system, the one we call the Nigerian system, why it does not have a futuristic outlook, is that the people do not see beyond today. Each of the system that is sustained is being run by individuals who were actually products of those systems. Typical example, we had 17 local government chairmen in Enugu here. And there's a particular chairman that I've always had conversation with people of my constituencies, not geographically, but people who are maybe consider them civil society allies. And we're always looking at this, a particular chairman as being exceptional, even before they got into office, just because they were all on the ballot. And there's this particular friend that will always say no. he wouldn't have been chosen if he is not part of the system. So this system has a way of handpicking the people that aligns with every tenet of its running. That, oh, don't bring Gucci outside here. He won't do, he will come here. In fact, they call it causing problem. He will come here and start causing problem. What does causing problem mean? He will not align with the directives, with how the system has been running. He will not be a conformist. So when we look at system, I look at it from the angle of returning back to this man's system. Which, do you know, there was a program where I said there should be a national day of mourning for Igbo, especially for Enugu State, because we didn't have the type of political breakthrough we had in Enugu. There's no other place nationwide in the southeast where out of the 8 National Assembly we had, 7 of them were thrown off. And these 7 are not just ordinary politicians. They are not even middle class rated politicians. There's a particular one that I had an engagement with before the election, and he was telling me that I should stop all this my daydreaming that one day Nigeria will just turn and become like America. That it is time I align with people like him. And when he gets into office, because we've not really been in talking terms. So one of my brothers convinced me, because I was leading a group then, that we should allow him to engage with us. After all, he's going to win. We know how this system is going to win. So I said, okay, we'll allow him. He was a national legislator then. So he said he appreciates in fact, he was cajoling me. He was making mockery of my effort. I said, so the best thing is that we should just support him, that he's promising me that if he gets into National Assembly this time, I think it should be his fourth or so, that he will have a dedicated funding for me and my dreams and research and what have you. I said, well, as a human being, I said, okay, if that's what is going to happen, because of this engagement, I think I can align. But I told them how I was going to vote, who my presidential candidate will be, National Assembly, Senate, and House of Reps, and what have you. And their party was only going to get just one of those votes. I was surprised. We're still, I think I had the TV interview that day. We're still at the station doing a situation room. When people started giving me text messages, Como, this guy that is this boastful is not even second. He's taking third position. Unbelievable. A gladiator. So what it means for me personally is that we did a test running of a system where the people came out in mass. The people voted and protected their votes, because there's nothing else that would have made people like that to lose the election. If it was like something like second, they saw it. They were running around. Some of them were making calls and say, "Where are you people? What's happening? See, we're losing this thing. No, you're losing at the polling booth A, B, C, D, and E, and in different centers. So where do you control it? Even the people that they planned for some of the electoral manipulation, they couldn't do that because you saw that the people were there. Now, if we go back to the system that we are discussing, how come the system could not prevent such a breakthrough? When we had that result, one of the immediate interview I had after that, I said, this is a celebration that will last for a lifetime. But I'm worried because these people might not be different from those they have thrown out of office. And eventually that's what happened. All those that said, we don't like APC, because we don't like APC, we are going to vote Labour Party, Peterobi's Labour Party, to have new breed. All those new breed return to the APC that they voted against. So it's like you were voting for APC, not knowing you were voting for APC. So you don't like APC, so you're voting this person for Labour Party. He won, took your mandate, and returned to the same APC that you didn't like. So if you look at the system, you should also know that it is the people that run it. And until we get to that point where you can spot individuals, they don't even need to be leaders today. You can spot individuals when you go to civil service to do things. Somebody that will finish and hand over the file, and you're expecting that like others, he should be telling you, find me something. and he'll be saying, okay, that will be it. You can take your leave. And even to a point where you want to appreciate, sometimes they will say, no, you don't need to. I've seen situations like that. So until we get to that point where a policeman will see someone who is like a pregnant woman carrying loads and say, madam, do you need help? If we don't see that on the roads of our streets, it's a long journey. I don't know how long it is.
All right. While you were speaking, you dropped up two issues that is making me now veer off the script. And these issues, let me take the number one, so I will just digest it immediately. And that's to ask, given this level of passion that you spoke to, that enthroned change in the previous election, is it possible for same water to pass under the bridge a second time, given the level of apathy that we see in Southeast?
Which is beyond apathy. A lot of other things that will not allow that.
Such as?
The campaign period, we will see noise. We will see people actually coming up and gathering under the new ADC. But number one factor is that those who are holding sway now will not be easy to kick out of the field.
They won't be easy to kick out of the field.
Yeah, from the presidency to at least some of the governors I know. Unfortunately, they are not so worried about elections. It's sometimes one of the biggest problems we have is we don't know what the problem is. And I hear a lot of people saying, it's okay, I've been part of the campaign, get your PVC. But there are things that we should consider beyond getting your PVC, beyond voting. Okay, we had this success in Enugu, but there are places where such success we now recorded. There are places where people went to tribunal, from tribunal to court, even to Supreme Court. What happened on the day of election at the polling booths, at the polling units? If we are going to, of course, I know the factor number one is that the people who are holding sway are not easy to, you can't take the baton from them very easily. That doesn't mean it can't happen at all, but it's not something that will happen very easily. Secondly is that the masses have not learned anything. Why did we make the mistake of voting people that we voted in 2023 and eventually none of them, not even one, is holding on to the ideology that brought him to power? Because assuming we have one, for instance, now who is saying, well, I'm not going to back down, even if every other person has decamped, the people gave me the mandate, even if they don't want me again, I'll go home. It's because it's beyond the leading class, it's beyond the ruling class. It's because it's beyond system thing. It's because it now lives in our veins and bone marrows. Now, if we because I've got the invite here and there about the new coalition movement, the first thing I looked at, who are the people leading this movement? And if they are not people that I can say, okay, because this question of throwing out your vote, why I was on the ballot in 2019, that's why I was able to give somebody else a ticket. And a lot of people that I actually helped in human rights cases say to me, you are a good person, but how many votes can you score? You will not win. In fact, one of them that I fought very fiercely for, said that the person who I am contesting, okay, I think we had 4 major opponents then, or 4 major contestants. There were other people, but 4 of us were major. He said that one of them, what is offering him now, is better he grab it now, and then maybe later, because they were very sure we're not going to vote. I told them then that I voted in previous elections where I know that this person is coming from a very unpopular party, does not even have campaign structure, but he's selling what I believe in. And I'm casting my vote for him to go. In fact, there was an election where I was the only person that voted for a particular party in the whole of the community. And when the conversation was immediately after the election, they were saying, but this, you just threw this vote away. I said, well, that's what you consider it to be. For me, I voted my conscience. So it gets to a point where, if even in this formation now, I'm actually sincerely looking at people who are leading, even the people who are being proposed to be on the ballot, and I'm saying, can I really stake it? Because our people don't know that some of this unpopular opinion might actually be what will save us today. We know that the situation in the country now is very sorry. I don't know how people consider it to be, but every one of us should be saying, how can we get a way out? But unfortunately, we are all looking for a Messiah. Don't know whether he will come down from heaven, who will come and fling a magic wand and everything will be good. We're not looking at it from the angle of, I believe in this person. It's just one. Not so many people are seeing what I'm seeing in him, but I believe in him and I'm going to follow him. Or what people are interested in, where will the noise be more? Who is likely to win? This person must win. I've been in conversation where people tell me, if Tinubu did not lose as just a candidate, not a president, is it now that he's a president that he will lose? So that analysis is not based on performance, it's not based on credibility, it's not based on competence of being a master strategist. It's based on the system we run here now. We know that this man will definitely win this election. So when we look at it from the angle of replicating what happened in 2023, not just like when I did that Anambra State analysis. You can take it to the bank. There will be movements like 2023. The people will be in social media saying we no go agree. But first, that it won't be easy to take it from them. Secondly, those who are supposed to take it from them are not prepared enough. They are not well informed on what they ought to do, because something that is difficult does not mean that it's impossible.
All right. You've spoken quite eloquently about that, but looking at this issue from the perspective of the electoral amendment given to the transmission of results in real time, speaking to that section 60 of the Electoral Act, subsection 3, if by the time both chambers harmonize their position and we're able to get the transmission of results in real time, do you see it possible for us to be able to replicate, at least to the scale of 50 over 100, what Nigerians yearn for in 2023, especially in Southeast?
If you ask me, you see, this whole noise about electoral reform, well, unfortunately, a lot of people might not think well with them. It sounds lazy man's argument for me. For instance, there's been a time when we didn't even have all these gadgets in this country and people won election. They actually won. There's been a time somebody won an election and was shortchanged, and he went to court and claimed it by providing evidence. Now, transmitting results in real time is excellent, if we can get that. Using beavers, using accreditation online and what have you, they are all good. But unless we get to the point where we know what is expected of each and every one of us on the day of election, which is number one, you must dedicate that day for your future. If you miss it out, there's no reason to go to the polling centers and be in a hurry to go home. There's no reason to look at the length of time we have from now to the election. I mean, people are not yet informed on what they ought to do. And those who know are not willing to do it. Assuming we don't even have any transmission process through electronic gadgets, that the people who are trained to be party agents, to be election observers, not accredited from outside accredited from outside the country. For people who knows that if you come to Enugu North, for instance, that the axis of Obiago and Owani and Oguineo layouts are starting from today to gather up in tens, 20s and in hundreds to say on the day of election, those that will be at the WTC, this is what to do, this is what to expect. Now, those results that were expected to be transmitted online in real time, let me give you a typical scenario. In an area where a certain party is very strong, to the point where they can buy over the agents and try to do some manipulation, the more you look, the less you see. The people will be voting, but they already have an arrangement that, because some of these party agents, it depends on a hungry person, you offer 200,000 naira, will say, I'm not sure I've even seen 50 that is complete. Will allow you. Most of the results that were uploaded in the last election were even falsified results. So when you falsify, you succeed in manipulating people who are working at the center, and they all agree, and you are uploading a result that does not represent the actual voting. They will be uploaded in the IVR, and people will be seeing it and saying, okay, so this party is winning at so place. This is what I propose. And that is why I'm not so quick. I see the people who went to National Assembly to protest and all that, they are all good. It's them expressing their civic rights. But what I propose is, if we are really serious about salvaging this country, it should go beyond talk. It should go beyond the expression of anger. It should go beyond noise. Because there were some of the things I predicted in that 2023 election, because I saw the noise. I was impressed about the turnout of young people. But I said, most of you don't even know what should happen on the day of election. And because I was not really part of the movement, because I wasn't, a lot of them were telling me, don't even tell us, as long as you know all these things and you're not coming to become part of what we are doing. I said, I can't be. I can't be. So one of the reasons is that you say you have a leaderless movement. I don't know how a person, you cut off the head of an individual, and because he's strong, so he will now be fighting and he'll be able to defeat those with their head, even if the person is weak. He's weak, doesn't have strength, but he has his head on, he has his eye, nose, and senses, and he's fighting against a giant whose head has been cut off. You know, I don't know how that will happen. And it's also part of the reasons why most of those mistakes were made, including voting for people we don't know. So the electoral reform and all the noise about it is good. It's some conversation we're going to have, but these leaders will become, they will sit up and standing on their toes if they know that they can't take these people for a ride any longer.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Many thanks for staying with us. And in case you're just joining us, we've been speaking to Onyedika Abo, public affairs analyst on the state of the southeast Nigeria. Mr. Eka, you were speaking so passionately about the whole civic responsibility, the neglect of our people to their civic responsibility against the passion with which we executed the 2023 election. But moving away from that, I was going to ask you, you know, we are talking about where we missed the mark and all that. And I was going to ask you the morality question. You know, the Igbo land, or the Igbos, who are the dominant ethnic group in southeast Nigeria, used to be known for their moral uprightness, their moral standing in the society, such that an Igbo man hardly, you see, would want to soil his hands or get into, you know, questionable situation. And I want to ask, does he, what we're witnessing today, is he a factor into the situation that we are in southeast Nigeria, especially when we view it with regards to development of the region?
Definitely is the decadence cannot be, you can't separate it from where we are now. The product of a good, okay, we call it good moral, convention of the people is what you see as the outcome of how their either country, region, or state is developed in terms of physical and then maybe the morality aspect, like you said. We know that there were times in this Alibo where people were afraid of Ani to do certain things. Person will say, "Biko kani ali kubum." People were afraid. Even some of the things that might not have effects as they were projected or portrayed then, people were scared. You don't become Ozo if you don't know that you will not dare associate yourself with anything lie. You would rather die. You don't take what does not belong to you. You don't, you know, but successively, people started daring some of these things and saying, "Are you sure you will really die? Why not do it?" And they did it. Even if the things that will kill them, it will not kill them on the spot. Maybe the person will have a few more months or a couple of years and they'll be like, I'm DK, I did this thing and nothing happened. They started throwing up those affluence, wealth, whether ill-gotten or what have you. They started enforcing people to worship materialism, which also became sort of systematic in politics and governance, where people, one day I was at, we had the conference in Abuja, and one of our facilitators said that, I can't remember the assembly, maybe 7th or 6th assembly, something, Senate. He said one of the retired deputy IG that also ran for Senate and won came on the day of their inauguration and saw most of the people he was investigating their criminal involvement as elected senators. And the man cried out and said that the country is doomed. People, you know, the case files you left before your retirement, and you decided to go into politics maybe out of your experience, you now saw criminals upon criminals whose files have not even been treated, winning from certain regions. And it might shock you to know where the larger percentage of those criminals that emerged as senators, the region where they came from. So if we have system where people no longer care, as in people walk into your workplace, you're more interested in what is this person putting on or what car did he pack. People practically worship wealth. Even some of the social influencers we have in the Southeast now, they're not interested in what this person is. Nobody's even asking the question, what is the source of your wealth? So, and you can't have a different development in a region where people have been sold out to worshiping affluence and money, and all of a sudden you now have a working system where people are doing which right thing. Nobody gets punished. In fact, they found ways to make sure that they truncate some of even the deities and the cultural systems that were keeping people in check. A lot of them had to travel very far. They were given things that would blind their own deity and say, once you do this, he will still be very active, but he will just be seeing this. He won't be seeing beyond. And they were ready. They want to do all those things to make sure that they continue to be relevant. Because if you're not rich, if you're not, if you don't have a power, political and otherwise, nobody will listen to you, no matter how good you sound, no matter how wise you are. So it gets to the point where we are now seeing the results. So some of the things that are happening today were seeds that were planted more than 20 years ago. And when those things were going on, like somebody was saying, imagine M.I. Okpara and Nnamdi Azikiwe, okay, Jim is still here. And some of these people, if they come around now and see what is happening, that he is sure that a lot of them will say, no, this is not the region we left, because of course we has nothing that replicates or looks like a resemblance of what this region used to be. So it is also the high level of decadence in conscience. It's also the high level of decay that people know, because a lot of young people that are growing up now don't even know what's the difference between chasing money the right way and just getting it. I've had situations where parents are asking their children this thing that the other children of these other parents are pressing in their phone. You don't know how to press your own. You know, are we going to continue like this in this family? Papa Okechukwu, his elder son just bought a car, and we hear that it is this phone they are pressing. This is the one they call Yahoo Yahoo. Your own phone you have, doesn't it do Yahoo Yahoo? A parent is telling his child. So which is a very long, like I say, a very long journey. I don't even know how long it is.
All right. You know, for want of time, I would want us to have gone deeper into this issue, but knowing your pedigree and the efforts you put into the Southeast Development Commission, I wouldn't let you be without us going a little into that before our time is up, especially being that we're seeing that the federal government has launched a 25-year Southeast Vision 2050. And I ask, how would this help to resurrect the thriving industries that we have in Southeast, given to what Aba was known for, what Onitsha stood for, Enugu for its academic standing, this Vision 2050 and everything people do with the Southeast Development Commission, is it going to resurrect those phenomena?
Okay, it's even good you brought this up, because when you were asking this question, I just looked at it and saw that I think I have been sounding like the old Onyedika that is an activist. Because I was telling myself it's time to retire. I think I've done something for over 20 years. This time? Of course. Uchi, you can't keep doing things, and the people you're doing it for are not seeing it.
So I suppose you've raised people who would take over from you as well.
Well, it is easier if you want to refer it to my earlier statement. It's easier when you have resources. For instance, we are in Aneke TV today. If you're doing Aneke TV at Afia 9, where the sun is beating you and the cameraman is sweating and the people are passing and looking at you, well, I don't know who will be watching it on the internet, but there are resources here. You see that a lot of things have been provided and it's working. It's easier when you're working for a society that is provided. The resources of that society is also in your hand. People who have the constitutional power. It's very difficult, especially in situations of our country now. For who do you meet now that is still trying to tell you whether they pay me or not? Do we still have volunteers who say, I don't want to be paid, I just want to learn this act? So it might not be easy. People celebrate me most of the time, so especially those who have followed me over the years, when they see how much of a success the efforts I put in. Today is Tuesday. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, there were different gender-related issues I tracked at the police station. In fact, there's a woman that was supposed to be locked up on Friday to stay there Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday. Out of my intervention, she was released that Friday. By Saturday, she gave birth, a pregnant woman. So she would have given birth inside the cell. So when you look at that, which is not easy, because it's not enticing. You do things that is very unpopular. Nobody wants to. Okay, that pregnancy issue. I just got back home. I was about to sleep off to rest in the afternoon. A group of women came knocking at my door. And I came out and said, oh my goodness, I need to pack out of this neighborhood. That was exactly what I told myself. But I was happy I went to do that. Why is it not easy over the years for somebody to indicate interest? Most times I see people call on our politicians and say, I want to come and serve in your office. Who says I want to come and serve in an office of somebody who is throwing on empty stomach and jumping from one police station to other? So if you ask the question of that replicating and raising successors, I'm sorry, we're not going to see it. Unfortunately, it seems you no longer have time, but the Southeast Development Commission, for me, is an answered prayer for Ndibo. And like I've always called on viewers and listeners, every one of us should find out what is happening there, participate, because we have been given an opportunity to create a country out of Nigeria.
All right, and that's where we'll call it a day today on the Insight. Thank you for those, provoking thoughts on the Insight today. And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that your views matters. Let us know what you think about what our guests have spoken about the state of the Southeast today. And you've been speaking with Onyedikabo, who is a public affairs analyst. Thank you, Mr. Onyedikabo, for coming today.
It's my pleasure, Uche.
Right. We'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Guto Chukuma. Headlines. Displacement of residents in Benue community following renewed attacks. Lagos State government intensified efforts to identify vulnerable residents for assistance. Details of the news. The community of Ediwu in Apa local government area of Benue State has been deserted following a series of violent attacks by suspected armed herdsmen. Residents fled en masse, abandoning homes, personal belongings, and farmland ready for harvest. The once thriving agrarian settlement is now largely uninhabited, reflecting the worsening security situation in the state. The attacks form part of a recurring pattern of violence between farming communities and armed groups across Benue State, resulting in loss of lives and destruction of livelihoods. Local sources indicate that displacement has disrupted agricultural activities at a critical period in the farming calendar. A political leader from the area, Honorable Adole Jose Ehoda, has described the situation as a humanitarian crisis. He warned that the forced displacement of farmers could severely affect food production and supply within the region. Honorable Ehoda called for urgent deployment of additional security personnel to restore order and enable displaced residents to return. He also appealed to government authorities and humanitarian agencies to provide immediate relief materials to affected populations. Meanwhile, the Benue State Police Command has declared a zero-tolerance stance on cattle rustling, identifying it as a major trigger of ongoing communal violence in parts of the state. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ifani Emenari, said that intelligence reports link livestock theft to retaliatory attacks in affected communities. The command warned that individuals found engaging in cattle rustling or aiding such activities, including buyers and accomplices, will be treated as collaborators in criminal operations. The police emphasized that such offenses contribute significantly to insecurity in rural areas. To address the situation, the command has deployed tactical teams to conduct clearance operations in identified high-risk local government areas, including Apa, Logo, and Castina Ala. These operations are aimed at dismantling criminal networks and restoring public safety. The police command urged residents to cooperate with security agencies by providing credible information. It also cautioned against the spread of unverified reports capable of escalating tensions, assuring the public of sustained security presence in vulnerable communities. Security experts have raised concerns over the increasing recruitment of minors by insurgent and bandit groups in northern Nigeria. Reports indicate that children, some as young as 10 years old, are being used for intelligence gathering, logistics support, and participation in armed activities. Recent security operations have led to the arrest of underage individuals linked to violent crimes, highlighting a growing trend of the tactics of armed groups. Analysts warn that this development poses a long-term threat to national security and social stability. Criminologist Dr. Suleiman Ishaq Muhammad attributes the situation to factors such as poverty, displacement, and limited access to education. He noted that insurgent groups often exploit vulnerable children by presenting themselves as protectors. Experts have called for comprehensive strategies beyond military action, including rehabilitation and reintegration programs for affected children. They stress the need for government intervention in education and social protection to prevent further recruitment. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Abdullahi Fodio University of Science and Technology, Kebbi State, Ali Road chapter has issued a warning of possible industrial action over unresolved welfare concerns. The union chairman, Dr. Musa Issa Fakai, expressed dissatisfaction with what he described as prolonged neglect by relevant authorities. According to the union, several financial obligations remain unmet, including the non-implementation of approved salary structures and outstanding aimed academic allowances dating back several years. The situation has reportedly affected staff morale and productivity. ASU also listed unpaid promotion arrears and the suspension of annual salary increments among its grievances. The union stated that repeated engagements with the state government and university management have not yielded satisfactory results. Dr. Fakai indicated that the union may be compelled to take further action if the issues are not addressed promptly. He called on the Kebbi State government to engage constructively to prevent disruption of academic activities. The Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, has ordered the deployment of security personnel to all approved centers for the 2026 Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board computer-based test across the state. The directive is aimed at ensuring a secure environment for candidates and officials. The deployment follows instructions from the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Rewan. This one includes operational intelligence assets positioned across examination locations and adjoining areas. Security personnel have been directed to maintain professionalism while preventing examination malpractice and any form of disorder. The command is also working in collaboration with other security agencies to enhance coordination. The Commissioner appealed to candidates and the general public to cooperate with security operatives. He reaffirmed the command's commitment to the safety of lives and property throughout the examination period. Abia and Enugu state governments have intensified preparations for the 2026 flood season following warnings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency. Both states are implementing proactive measures to mitigate potential impact on communities. In Abia State, the Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Philemon Obonaya, announced the establishment of a multi-agency response team. The committee has identified safe locations for possible evacuation and commenced trainings of local responders. Similarly, the Enugu State Emergency Management Agency has initiated the training of emergency committees across all local government areas with the approval of Governor Petermbah. The aim is to strengthen grassroots response capacity. Both states are collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency and the Nigerian Red Cross to stockpile relief materials. Authorities say the approach is focused on ensuring timely and coordinated response in the event of flooding. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has announced that the 2027 presidential election will be his final attempt at Nigeria's highest office. He made this known during an interview on national television. Alhaji Atiku stated that his decision is based on desire to contribute his experience to national leadership. He maintained that his political background positions him to address the country's current challenges. Responding to concerns about age, he argued that experience remains a critical factor in governance. He also emphasized the need for mentorship within the political system. The declaration signals a significant development ahead of 2027 general elections as political activities gradually intensify across the country. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Residents flee Benue community amid renewed attacks. Coming up shortly, Lagos government steps off identification of vulnerable residents for support. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Lagos State government has commenced an update of its single social register to expand access to social protection programs for vulnerable residents. The exercise is being coordinated by the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget with participation from field enumerators and supervisors across all 57 local government and council development areas. The update is designed to improve the accuracy and credibility of data used in delivering targeted interventions, including financial assistance, healthcare support, and educational services. Officials say the process will ensure that only verified and eligible beneficiaries are captured within the system. The Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Obe George, stated that a reliable social register remains critical to effective policy implementation and inclusive governance. He noted that the initiative will strengthen the state's ability to respond to evolving socio-economic realities. He added that intensified community sensitization would support wider participation and transparency. The government reaffirmed its commitment to closing existing gaps in social protection and ensuring equitable distribution of public resources. The National Youth Service Corps has provided free medical services to 757 residents in Chamo community in Dutse local government area of Jigawa State. The intervention was carried out under the NYSC Health Initiative for Rural Dwellers at the Chamo Primary Health Care Center. The outreach targeted vulnerable groups, including pregnant women, children, and the elderly, offering medical consultations, diagnosis, and treatment for common ailments. Conditions addressed included malaria, hypertension, and other routine health concerns. The NYSC State Coordinator, Mr. Bala Mohammed, said the initiative aligns with the scheme's mandate to contribute to community development and improve access to healthcare in underserved areas. He noted that core medical personnel played a key role in delivering the services. In addition to treatment, beneficiaries received health education on hygiene and disease prevention. Community leaders commended the program, describing it as a timely intervention that has reduced pressure on local health facilities. Nigeria has recorded a milestone in maritime communication with the launch of Blue Economy Television in Lagos. The platform, established by the Blue Economy Academy, is dedicated to promoting awareness and development within the maritime sector. The channel is designed to provide content on shipping, fisheries, marine services, coastal tourism, and environmental sustainability. Stakeholders say the initiative will enhance public understanding of the economic opportunities within Nigeria's coastal resources. Founder of the Academy, Mr. Ubong Asian, stated that the platform would serve as a knowledge hub to support capacity building and policy engagement. He noted that the goal is to position the maritime sector as a key driver of national development. Industry experts at the launch emphasized that Nigeria's coastal assets play a critical role in international trade and economic growth. They expressed confidence that the initiative will stimulate investment and job creation in the blue economy. The Anambra State Electricity Regulatory Commission has called for improved collaboration between electricity distribution companies and consumers to enhance service delivery. The appeal was made during a public consultation forum held in Nnewi. Managing Director of the Commission, Professor Frank Okafor, stated that sustained engagement with stakeholders is essential to addressing challenges within the power sector. He assured residents that efforts are ongoing to stabilize electricity supply in the state. The forum themed public consultation on draft regulations focused on developing policies to improve efficiency and accountability in electricity distribution. Key issues discussed included energy theft, vandalism, and estimated billing. Professor Okafor emphasized that community participation will play a vital role in achieving reforms. He urged residents to remain patient while regulatory measures are being implemented to strengthen the emerging electricity market. The Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, has called on Nigeria and other vulnerable economies to take proactive measures in addressing economic challenges. She made the call at the 2026 IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C. Ms. Georgieva warned that delays in policy response could worsen the impact of global economic shocks, particularly in the face of rising energy costs and disruptions to supply chains linked to geopolitical tensions. She disclosed that global economic growth is projected to decline significantly, with sub-Saharan Africa facing heightened vulnerability due to dependency on energy imports. The IMF expects increased demand for financial support from affected countries. The IMF advised governments to adopt resilient measures, including energy conservation policies and targeted social interventions. Ms. Georgieva cautioned that sustained economic pressures may persist if global energy prices remain high. The federal government has commenced construction of a 2.5-kilometer road linking Aji, Isugu, and Ufodo communities in Iboeze North, local government area of Enugu State. The project is aimed at improving connectivity and economic activities within the region. Federal Commissioner Mr. Peter Obonnaya Eze stated that the road will also enhance access to neighboring Kogi State, facilitating trade and movement of goods and services. The project includes asphalt surfacing and modern drainage systems. He noted that the initiative is part of broader efforts to complement ongoing infrastructure development by the Enugu State government. The road is expected to benefit farmers, traders, and students in the affected communities. Mr. Eze also reiterated the Commission's commitment to enforcing the federal character principle. He warned that any government agency found violating equitable representation in recruitment and appointments would face legal action. A study by Bayero University, Kano, has revealed that 38% of women in northern Nigeria lack access to financial services. The report, titled Understanding Influence and Behavior in Northern Nigeria, was presented in Abuja after extensive research. The findings indicate that while some women are financially included, a significant number rely on informal systems, limiting their ability to access credit and grow businesses. Only a fraction utilize formal banking and microfinance institutions. Researchers identified socio-cultural factors, including traditional norms and trust systems, as major barriers to financial inclusion. The report also highlighted high poverty and unemployment rates as contributing challenges in the region. Experts have recommended targeted interventions focusing on skills development and support for women-led enterprises. They emphasized the need for sustainable market-driven solutions to improve economic participation among women. Now in sports, Super Eagles goalkeeper Mr. Stanley Nwabali has ruled out a return to the Nigeria Premier Football League as he considers his next career move. The goalkeeper is currently a free agent following his departure from South Africa's Chippa United. Mr. Nwabali stated that his focus is on securing opportunities in more competitive leagues, particularly in Europe or North Africa. He noted that professional considerations influenced his decision not to return to the domestic league at this time. He also addressed reports linking him to South African club Kaizer Chiefs, describing them as speculative. The goalkeeper maintained that he has not reached any formal agreement with a new club. Despite his current status, Mr. Nwabali expressed confidence in his abilities and readiness for future opportunities. He is prioritizing a move that aligns with his professional goals and long-term career development. The Nigeria Football Federation has announced plans to train 10 referees in video assistant referee technology as part of efforts to improve officiating standards. The initiative was disclosed by NFF President Alhaji Ibrahim Musa Gusau in Abuja. Alhaji Gusau stated that the program is aimed at aligning Nigeria's refereeing system with global best practices. He added that the Federation will also prioritize recruitment and development of younger referees. The NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohamed Sanusi emphasized the need for improved professionalism, including computer literacy and adherence to ethical standards. He noted that these measures are necessary for effective match officiating. The Nigerian Referees Association has pledged support for the reforms, assuring that disciplinary measures will be enforced against misconduct. The initiative is expected to enhance the credibility of domestic football competitions. Now in entertainment, Afrofusion artist Mr. Stanley Omar Didia, popularly known as Omale, has generated public reaction following comments shared on social media regarding his personal beliefs and creative process. Statements were posted on his official platforms. The singer suggested his philosophical connection between his creativity and a higher power, clarifying that his views were not intended to convey literal claims of divinity. The remarks have since attracted mixed responses from the public. Omale, known for addressing themes of mental health and personal struggles in his music, has previously expressed unconventional views on religion and societal expectations. His comments continue to spark discussions within the entertainment space. Industry observers note that public figures often influence discourse through their platforms. They advise that such expressions should be approached with sensitivity given their potential impact on audiences. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Residents of Eduku community in Aba local government area of Benue State have been forced to abandon their homes following repeated attacks by suspected armed herdsmen. The affected population reportedly fled the community, leaving behind properties and farmlands as the security situation deteriorated. The development has further heightened concerns over recurring violent clashes in parts of Benue State, which continue to disrupt farming activities and displaced rural populations. Agricultural livelihoods in the community are said to have been severely affected, raising fears over food insecurity implications. The Lagos State government has commenced a comprehensive update of its single social register aimed at improving the identification and support for vulnerable residents across the state. The exercise is being coordinated by the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. The initiative involves field enumerators and supervisors drawn from all 57 local government areas and local council development areas. tasked with ensuring accurate and reliable data collection. Officials say the exercise is critical to strengthening targeted social intervention programs. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful Thursday afternoon where we give you hot vibes and grooves. It's the Vibe Central where we give you the celebrity gist and grooves where we tell you what is happening in the celebrity world, both international and national, and we tell you most of the things, amazing gist you would like to hear. A government name gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepper. Today I think I will spice it up as Blue Pepper because I am blue, representing Chelsea. I think today I'm embodying, I'm supporting Chelsea. Yeah. So today I represent Chelsea. So, but before I tell you who my next guest is representing, but you guys should just guess who this guest is, who this sumptuous sweetheart is. It's my one and only Ugoma Sinacho. Ugoma, how are you doing?
Good.
Are you under the weather again? I keep on asking you every day.
This other weather, like
are you feeling cool?
I am warm for now.
Warm? Who's warming you up?
Myself and I, the Lord Jesus Christ.
I don't like that response. I definitely don't like the response.
The Lord Jesus Christ is warming me up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me just believe. So which club are you supporting with your outfit today?
To be honest with you guys, I'm not a fan of football. I am not a fan of sports. Like, I have no notion about what's going on in sports world. Okay? But I would like to give it a try because I can see some of my female friends, females, like my co-girls, they watch football and they know a lot going on in the football, whatever. They even know names of footballers, and I don't. It seems like I'm missing out a lot. Like, since you're Chelsea's fan, tell me a little bit about football.
I don't want to tell you about football, but first I want to tell you about this actress called Ekene Umoemunwa, who she's known for her funny mouth, the way she keeps her mouth. So if they ask you an actress with this mouth, you should know Ekene Umoemunwa is just one of them. So she acted a film with the popular legendary Patient Ozoko. So it's titled Susanna. This movie has just been trending on YouTube and it has just been amazing. I've laughed out myself to the full moon because it's so funny. Imagine wickedness meet for like funny character.
Yeah,
do you understand? It's all dope. She, one thing I like about her, she's always squeezing her lips in a way that tells people, the audience, that this scene is about to be dramatic, hilarious. And the movie with the legendary, the likes of Patient Ozoko, her style makes the scene unforgettable. Truth is, Ekene's creativity is a secret weapon. Most people don't even notice how she captures attention so effortlessly, and her unique pattern makes fans laugh, relate, and stay glued to the screen. That is one thing that all actors should, what is that thing? In everything you're doing in this life, you just know that unique thing you do that captivates people, that draws people very close to you, that makes people willing and waiting enough to watch and get you on the screen. So I think a Canadian woman knows the body language she embodies while putting on any role she gives. She embodies it like she's actually in her real self. You cannot even actually differentiate a Canadian woman outside the scene and in the scene. She's just that character. She's just the definition of hilarious character. And then with her body, body languages, and it's maybe we call her Mary, but this film is something. Susanna is a film, that people should go and watch. Actually.
Yeah, I'd love to see the movie, though. I'd love to see the movie, but to me, I am not a fan of the so-called Okene Omema, whatever, because she seems to me to be a type of a gossip.
It's because of the
someone who gossips a lot.
Not like she looks. Are you saying this based on the old narrative that she had a lot of gossip?
Narrative. She has that features of a pretender, someone who would backstab you. Then, you backstab her. Then come your presence to laugh with you. Understand, right? She has that. I don't know. I just feel that's about her. But that does not mean that I do not like her movie. She's very funny, effortlessly. She doesn't need to force herself to be funny. She just does it freely, like, yeah, effortlessly. So I do like her craft, okay? I love her craft, but I'm not a fan of hers.
So the BB Niger star Fina winner shares her new look 3 days post BBL surgery. It says amazing. This actress, not actress, she's an actress, but she has just been flaunting her this thing. I don't know why. I don't know why these actors and actresses and then stars, celebrities do flaunt this. It's not looking like it. They are not ashamed again. You know, before you see a celebrity go under the knife, they are trying to hide it. But this time around, they are not hiding it. What is happening? Why are they not ashamed of this thing again? What is the current motivation behind, coming out to expose that they did this without any remorse and, being less concerned about people's opinion about it? And people are beginning to, get used to it.
Like, I don't even know why I'm laughing. It seems funny because, to me, she looks so ridiculous. She looks ridiculous. She looks very tacky on that, her BB or wherever she had gone to. Though she doesn't look, it doesn't fit her. Because she doesn't have the body to carry such thing on her. She doesn't look, I think I prefer her normal body shape and everything. Well, though it's not my money, they will say it's not your money. She has the right to do whatever she wants with her money. Yeah, I understand that. So, okay, coming to that, the reason why nobody they are no longer ashamed to show it, because we all know. Because before now, they were hiding it.
We didn't know.
Yeah, we never knew. We thought it was just
natural
exercise and all
natural.
That. We all agreed back then. But right now, they are no longer hiding it because it becomes a norm.
Yeah.
Everybody is doing it. They just want to belong. Nobody wants to say anything anymore. It's just like, we are used to it. So them, they are used to it. They're like, okay, nobody's saying anything. Everybody, it is my money. No one says anything or judging them up with their whatever. So that's how they feel relaxed doing it. Everybody's now doing it. Okay? But she looks so tacky. I don't know with that. Even on a normal day, she looks tacky. So I mean, not like I hate her. I do not hate her. But I don't like all this body in chest. I prefer natural.
Everyone actually prefer what if actually you are endowed naturally. But
anyway,
it's for ladies.
Allegedly, it's for customer sake.
I like the way you put it, customer sake. But anyway, Basket Mouth ex-wife Elsia issued cease and desist to those alleging that their marriage ended over paternity fraud. She has just issued a cease and desist to those alleging that her marriage ended over paternity fraud. When someone issues a cease and desist, if you go out contrary to that, you can be jailed or enter bars because of that. Yeah, it's cease and desist. Don't spread rumors. You're not verified. That's
especially when it comes to paternity.
Yeah, so she actually sued for a cease and desist for anybody who allegedly claiming that she has her marriage ended due to paternity fraud. This thing has just become a regular thing about celebrities over the issues of paternity fraud. Paternity fraud now is just something that trends. Like, people are trying to get used to it, and you see most of the actors, someone will give birth to 4 children for you. You are trying to be sure that the 4 kids are yours.
Yeah.
So this paternity fraud, do you think is something that will cause more harm in the nearest future, or over marriages that are coming in?
Well, yeah, it would. A lot is going on lately. Okay. I think people are judging based on what happened to Nedu Azobia because of paternity fraud and all that. So they feel it's the same thing. It's not happening. For the woman to come out openly to even tell the man, it's not your kid, I don't know why you think it is your child. So people are now afraid. Okay, I had a story yesterday. I don't know if I should tell it. That's a story I had yesterday. A friend of mine who stays in Lagos, he said a friend of his had sexual intercourse with a girl, a random girl. They are not dating, though they had this sex through some kind of will process
at the back process.
Yeah, at the back. So which is not even meant to result to pregnancy, and it was just 2 weeks something. So the girl is already claiming that she's pregnant for the guy. So it's for you to see, it is where it comes from, this paternity fraud. So the girl might have been pregnant for someone else.
And looking for someone that will take
responsibility. Someone, and she found out that the guy is very wealthy.
Yeah.
The guy is well-to-do. So she just comes out from nowhere and say, I'm pregnant. And she's claiming to be a virgin. The girl in question says she's a virgin. And like, so this is where all this comes from. Paternity fraud and all that. This is where it all starts. Pinning pregnancy on someone who is innocent. I don't accept that. I do not appreciate such deceit. It's very wrong. Okay.
Yeah. So actress Tony Abraham responds to a lady who called her kneeling to greet people, eye service, and doing too much. Do you think most of these Yoruba people that are do what they say they are doing eye service, or do you think they are just doing it their culture?
Well, it is their culture, and it's a norm for them to
always kneel down,
lie down, to portray respect for someone.
So you do. So for you, it's not an eye service for her.
It might not be an eye service, but a lot of us, we take advantage of people's vulnerability. We kind of try to overdo, even when it's not coming from our heart. Because I am not trying in any ways. In other ways, some people are pretending on our service because everybody pretends. This person might not even respect you or like you, but you just have to, you want to get a favor from you. So you have to portray, you have to bow, you have to kneel, you have to lie down in order to, indicate that they are trying to respect you or greet you in that way. But that does not mean it's coming from, it means that somehow they can pretend. It's a nice service though. They can go behind you to stab you. They can do anything behind you, but when the cop sees you, they would,
And it's some Tony Abraham that had a clash with Funke over the Funke Snobline event where she tried to greet Funke and Funke did not respond to her in that event. It's escalated.
Tony Abraham?
Yeah. Actress Tony.
I love the fact that Funke didn't pretend. Even in the presence of the audience.
She did not just
She didn't pretend.
She just carried her shoulder.
For the fact that you and I are not in good terms behind, you can't come in here in the presence of everybody in public and decide to greet me because you've not been greeting me. Have you been greeting me? Okay, let's just say maybe they've not been talking.
Yes.
Okay. Toyin has not been talking to
responding,
her. Been greeting her in her DM or whatever she sees her.
And you come to the public try to act good. I don't like people.
I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna do what?
I'm gonna do that.
I'm gonna do what?
If I lose you slap there, you should. I love what Funke did.
Yeah, everybody
can't do eye service and try to greet me. That kind of thing. We are not in good terms and you're coming to greet me. For what reason?
For public.
For public sake. For them to say, oh, you're the good one. You're the good one. Funke is not the bad one. Funke, I am rooting for you, girl. Lady, I love what you did out there, okay?
Okay, Basley on X said, your salary has a single comma. Please don't just leave people's daughter alone. Daughters that cannot differentiate between comma and needs education, not a man. But actually, I'm going with the first person. Your salary has a single comma. Please don't just leave people's daughter alone. You know what I mean by first single comma?
Like comma, right?
Like you're earning in 1,000.
Yeah.
Like you should leave people's daughter alone.
It means that the salary is not adding up. It's not
like one.
Okay.
One comma.
Oh.
If you are having one comma, it's not
okay. It's not that kind of thing.
So you should leave people's daughter. If you are not earning up to that amount, you should leave people's daughter alone. What do you think? They actually need to leave people's daughter alone.
Yeah, they need to.
I know you like this.
I know you like always. I wanted you to say it by yourself for you to know that. We are materialistic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are good diggers, okay?
I'm not good
I'm materialistic, right? So I love good things.
Oh, I love good things.
Okay.
If I say I don't love good things, I'll be a liar. So I like good things, you like good things, and she likes good things. So the topic is
talking about being materialistic.
Yeah.
Do you know that men are more materialistic?
How do you think so? Why do you think
because,
so?
for a man to come out, he's working really hard. He's not working for any woman, though, you know that. He's working for himself to be able to afford a car, a house.
Yeah.
He loves flashy things, he likes luxury. That's the reason why he's working
But
so
actually,
hard
he's doing it for himself.
He's doing it for himself, exactly.
Yeah.
He's men are much, they like
And
things.
also, he can actually do it for the woman he's going to put in his shelter.
Yeah, but you put yourself first, right?
Yeah. Everybody have to put yourself there. So if you say you're not materialistic like us,
I am materialistic.
go behind
I
doors.
lie to you that I'm not.
Nothing like pretense. Money. You like money.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm going back to Fina. She said, remove my bad character, I'm a spec. Because any man who cheats on me is the one losing. Because of her.
You're a spec because of your, what's that?
BBL.
It's looking like what?
So clever.
Like tacky. You know, I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't know why I'm skipping this gist to the next one.
I don't know how bad this looks on them.
I don't even takes it very bad.
Very, very well. I don't know that this lady has bad. I think it's that Leonard's wife. What's her name? Peggy
Ovary.
She had it. I don't know if she removed it. It was so obvious, like
and disgusting.
And disgusting. I don't know. Tacky, right?
Yeah.
Tacky. You saw it, right?
Yeah. Another person that I'm thinking that has Nancy
Isime has taken hers off.
Her own was looking like big and small balloon.
And they were online saying it was exercise.
Yeah. That was before this thing casted. So now everybody's coming online to flaunt it.
Yeah.
Before they were just doing it and pretending. But anyway, the singer artist or Malay says I'm the greatest Afrobeat artist of the decade.
Malay?
He said he's the greatest. That shows me to give the reaction. Ooh.
Let me say something. Malay is great in his own way.
Yeah, he is actually.
Great. He's doing really amazing. Can you imagine that song with him and Davido? He was actually the one that made that song, like, blew up.
Yeah.
People were constantly playing his parts, if you notice. So, Amala is good. He's good in his own way. He's great. Everybody is great. People once, do you want to tell yourself you are not great?
I'm a great girl. I'm a great girl. I'm a great girl.
Great. So he is
a great girl. I'm actually a great girl.
Great person. He's a great artist.
Yeah, I'm actually a great girl.
It's part of himself, though.
Yeah, actually it is. But this one will shock you. Now I'm talking about this this comedian, Cute Abiola. You know, he actually used his wife's vulnerable moment to create content on YouTube when his wife's face was heavy. Criticism shares that he actually videoed and made content with his wife's vulnerable situation while giving birth. And people were saying they use your wife vulnerable moment as content. Make we just you go watch your wife born for YouTube. Nothing where una no go do monetize or third surgery in 4 years. Put a stop to it already. Thank God for life. But I am not going to any YouTube. Not be everything that they use monetize. Your wife went through all that, and you are directing us to YouTube. Like, is everything? Must everything be a content to people?
It shouldn't. It does. He's been insensitive. Okay, your wife can't be in such situation. You're videoing her. You're 4 surgeries. Like CS.
Yeah.
In 4 years.
Yes.
Like 4 times.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's really. People like those bashing him, really, like they're feeling for the lady.
Yes.
They're feeling for him because she's in pain and you're making videos of her. You're telling people to directing them. Like you're trying to make content of your woman in labor and in pain. Everything is now money. The one you're making already is not adding up to your bank account.
I've been paying for her. I've been paying for her. But actually, there has been something that have been noticed and compared online, and it's about Flavor. They say he has never posted his house, cars, or business. No one knows his car he has or knows his house or anything about him. He's just a celebrity that actually embodies his role. And as a king, Flavor reveals that celebrities has no idea about the pressure they put on fans, who those people that don't have anything for themselves. Some fans have not eaten and you are sharing with them your 20th car. Some need just food so that they will survive. How will houses inspire them? It can only depress them. Is that thoughtful
you see,
of level?
Flavour and Fino, those two people, they are the matured celebrities. Like, they are matured and sensible. Okay, they are very, very sensible. Have you seen them flaunting their wealth online? And that doesn't mean they are not rich. Those two people, they are bastardly rich. Fino and Flavour. But you don't get to see them flaunting it online.
Yeah.
You know, getting to oppress the other of their fans. You know, meanwhile they are hungry, looking for food to eat, where you're supposed to actually do something for them. You're flaunting, actually tell them, see what I have. Yeah, I have it.
Online in-laws.
It's very, very right.
Yeah, online in-laws, they know what that is good. Like I said, you just do things with the conscience that another person might feel bad to it.
Yeah,
but anyway, a man went online. Yeah, Ego Saves went online to say men are really trying. When it comes to marriage matter, a woman got married to another woman, and the marriage did not even last up to 70 hours, and she couldn't even handle what other women were doing. So you know the marriage we're talking about. You know the marriage we're talking about. Yeah. So how can you be married to someone, your fellow woman, you were married, and you guys did not even end up 70 hours and the marriage is crashing and they are abusing themselves online? It's a crazy word. Women. And because since you say that men is, you can't stay with a man, you are staying with a woman, and still you are not able to stay there. So she will not go to aliens. Since
they couldn't handle the dramas of women.
Yeah.
Together. They know that women are so dramatic, so they couldn't handle it. So imagine what a man is handling when he marries a woman. So it's men, like, you know, you guys are amazing. Okay, men. You know, you guys are really trying. It's not easy.
Oh,
lady. I have a friend of mine. He's married. He was complaining about his wife. They just got married a few years ago, just 1 year ago. The lady, they have one kid. The lady doesn't do anything. Doesn't take care of the house. He comes back. The house is messy. The baby is throwing things all around. She's not even doing anything. They just did trash them and just paid her maybe introduction or whatever. They're living together. So this lady is not doing anything, and she's still a student. She'll still go back to school.
So okay. Anyway.
So the guy is trying.
Yeah, men are trying actually. It's but let me tell you.
Men are passing through a lot.
Let me gist you.
They pass through a lot in marriage. For the fact they are men, they just decide to keep it to themselves. We are sorry. We are just surviving. Like
I don't know why I hate you on this. But anyway, Paula and Jarvis went to Maldives is not to enjoy their holiday and some luxury romance. And he said that Maldives is not for civil servants. You will go broke. TikToker Paula claims that he spent almost 30 million on vacation with Jarvis.
So why telling us